break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait, and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
It's that time of year to address some of those nagging projects around the house you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old, drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you need to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors and letting you start your project today with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 full years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of new energy-efficient windows and doors, including increased comfort level of your home and lowered monthly energy bills, while having the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. For full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, Guida.com.
At Virtua Health, we're redefining heart care.
Our heart rhythm team at Virtua is really working at the forefront of technology. There's constantly new advances.
Like cardiac clinical trials and breakthrough treatments for atrial fibrillation.
Treating atrial fibrillation with ablation and treating it early allows for the best outcomes for our patients. We can make a meaningful difference in patients' lives.
Virtua Health, here for complex heart care, here for good. More at virtua.org/here-for-good.
Picking out an engagement ring can be terrifying. You're searching for the ring, but have no idea where to start. Go to Family & Company Jewelers in Marlton. The team, especially JR, makes it easy. No pressure, just real help from someone who cares. They break down diamonds, styles, and what actually matters. Their selection is huge. Every shape, size, and price range. You leave confident, not overwhelmed. When it comes to finding the ring, there's only one place to go. Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Is life insurance on your list of New Year's resolutions? Now is the perfect time to add it. A buddy told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I added this to my list this year and got it done. I called SelectQuote and was shocked at how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $18 a month. My wife's also 40, and her $500,000 policy was only $16 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, no medical exam was required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Checking this off my list felt great, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-280-5858 for your free quote today. That's 1-800-280-5858. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-280-5858.
Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Let's get right to what's happening live right now. A major story because this is the first time that President Trump has held a cabinet meeting. While Congress obviously remains at an impasse over the DHS funding, but the first cabinet meeting that we've seen amid the Iran war. So here's President Trump speaking moments ago about Iran.
Sorry? Because of us, we got them out. But still have some left. Should have never happened, should have never been allowed to come into our country. But we're not going to let it happen. We're not going to let the Democrats get away with this stuff, and people are wise to them. So they need to end the shutdown immediately, or we'll have to take some very drastic measures. This morning I want to give an update on the Operation Epic Fury, which is an appropriate name because we are absolutely obliterating them. Over the past 3 weeks, we've been hitting Iran's military capabilities at a level that few people have ever seen before. People never knew there was such a capability. We have the strongest military anywhere in the world by far. I built it during my first administration, and I used it during my second administration. Unfortunately, because I'd rather not have to use it. But it's a display of force and precision and skill like nothing the world has really witnessed, although you get a pretty good witnessing of it in Venezuela also. And that was a smaller version of what we're doing now. We're crushing their missiles and drone stockpiles, destroying their defense industrial base. We've wiped out their Navy completely, their Air Force completely. We've wiped out a large percentage of their missiles. And the missile launchers, without the launchers, the missiles don't do any good. And we've knocked out probably close to 90% of the launchers, probably more than 90% of the missiles themselves. Between some they fired and more than they fired, we knocked out. We've also destroyed a lot of the factories. We're continuing to do that, but a lot of the factories where they manufacture the drones and the missiles. The drones, too, are way down, but the reason they're down is they go one way and they don't come back, because for the most part we're shooting them down. But we also are able to, we've really done tremendous damage to the places where they make them. And just so we set the record straight, because I've been watching the Wall Street Journal's fake news and all these stories that get printed like, oh, I want to make a deal. They are begging to make a deal, not me. They're begging to make a deal. And anybody that saw what was happening over there would understand why they want to make a deal. But they say, oh, we're not talking to them. Anybody would know that. And only a total fool. And they're not fools. They're very smart, actually, in a certain way. And they're great negotiators. I say they're lousy fighters, but they're great negotiators. And they are begging to work out a deal. I don't know if we'll be able to do that. I don't know if we're willing to do that. They should have done that 4 weeks ago. They should have done it 2 years ago. Or they should have done it when we first came into office, because 2 years ago they had free reign under Biden. Sleepy Joe, worst president in the history of our country. What he allowed to happen to our country at the borders, and even with a thing like this. But not just him. Every president for 47 years, every president should have done this. They should have done it a long time ago, because you cannot give lunatics a nuclear weapon, and they would have had a big one. It stopped really when we did the B-2, but even before that, the Barack Hussein Obama, what he did where he gave them the Iran nuclear deal, gave them free will toward a nuclear weapon. Basically, he chose Iran over Israel and others that didn't want him to do it. But I terminated that deal. Had I not terminated that deal, you would have had a nuclear weapon years ago, and it would have been used, guaranteed. And one of the reasons you know about the guarantee is because their neighbors were sort of like bystanders.
Okay, so that's President Trump's, and just a little backstory on this one, and it is major breaking news, in part because, first of all, even though it's, I believe, the 10th cabinet meeting of the little over a year with President Trump in this term of his presidency, you think about he has opened the meeting obviously to journalists, and remember that the last cabinet meeting, it was back in January, and as I recall, that one went hours. Maybe 3 hours or so. So you heard President Trump as he was speaking about DHS and the shutdown and dealing with funding the Department of Homeland Security. And so, I think that, as far as that goes, you heard what he said. They have an upcoming, in Congress, they do have an upcoming 2-week recess. And so, you can sense that President Trump is getting impatient with this. So we're watching that very carefully. I just want to point out as well, before we go to any more, that this is, I believe, the first cabinet meeting also with the newly confirmed and sworn in yesterday with Mark Wayne Mullen, who's now an official cabinet secretary. Mark Wayne Mullen, the first man who is also an indigenous person. I think there was a woman in one of the previous administrations, so I think he's the first male indigenous person, because I guess we always keep those stats, but it's kind of an interesting factoid. So he's now in, because I didn't see Kristi Noem, and so she's out. Mark Wayne Mullen is in. So the first cabinet meeting where Kristi Noem, she was very popular in this administration until she wasn't. So I know Marco Rubio, also Vice President Vance. Where do we want to go here, Dan? Do you want to take it live with Rubio, or do you want to go back to Trump?
Let's go to live to Rubio.
Okay, here's Marco Rubio.
Again, Pete will speak to the specifics of it. This has been an incredibly successful operation. Every day, it may not get covered because, we're unlike them. We're not bombing embassies and hotels. We're hitting military targets. But every day, the Department of War lets the drummer get wicked over every portion of Iran that has these military capabilities, and the results are going to bear fruit for the world. The world is going to be a safer and a better place when President Trump's mission here is achieved. And frankly, I think countries around the world, even those that are out there complaining about this a little bit, should actually be grateful that the United States has a president that's willing to confront a threat like this and not allow it to continue to persist. Because these people will kill as many Americans as they have a chance to do, and if they have a nuclear weapon, as the Vice President pointed out, they could kill millions of Americans in the future, and that is a risk that was not going to continue to exist as long as we had this president.
Thank you, Marco. It's very interesting because yesterday I was watching, is it Anthony Blinken? And he was saying that they should have done it. But they didn't do it. Nobody did it. Nobody did it. For 47 years, Marco, that's the number, 47. I guess now it's 48, because we've been saying 47 for a long time. It's probably 48. But for 47, 48 years, every president should have done this. And some are saying now that they made a big mistake in not doing it, but we're taking care of business. Steve Witkoff, please.
Mr. President, it is my distinct honor to be a member of your cabinet and to report to you and your team on our negotiations with Iran. Mr. President, you directed Jared and I to pursue a diplomatic resolution with Iran prior to Operation Epic Fury, which we did. However, it became quite clear during these meetings with the Iranian negotiating team that we could not make a deal that fulfilled your objectives of the following: no enrichment whatsoever, no chance of weaponizing whatsoever, decommissioning of Fordo, Natanz, and Esfahan, which you destroyed in Operation Midnight Hammer. No stockpiling of any material, which they flagrantly violated, turning all enriched material over to us, and a cutback in Iran's missile inventory and range capability of those same missiles. Throughout our meetings with the Iranians, we heard the following from them. The Iranians have the inalienable right to enrich. Then we heard they possessed enough 60% enriched material, 460 kilograms, to make 11 atomic bombs. Finally, we heard the following statement. They would not give up diplomatically what we could not win militarily. In other words, they were again miscalculating the success of Midnight Hammer, which was a total success. These are incontrovertible signs, among many other signs, sir, that their regime had not given their negotiating team authority to make a deal required by you. We conferred with you and all the other members of your foreign policy team, Susie Wiles, Pete Hegseth, the chairman, Marco Rubio, JD, Scott Bessent, Chris Wright, John Radcliffe, throughout all of these negotiations, and we were repeatedly rebuffed on everything we asked for. I have no doubt that we exhausted all efforts on behalf of a peaceful resolution, as you directed. Jared and I both agreed that the Iranians were there to buy time until a weaker president arrived. This was a flawed strategy, as your clear direction was to never allow Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon today or any time in the future. Against that backdrop and our compelling military successes in epic fury, we have had multiple reach-outs from the region and others who want to play a role in ending this conflict peacefully. I can report to you today that we have, along with your foreign policy team, presented a 15-point action list that forms the framework for a peace deal. This has been circulated through the Pakistani government, acting as the mediator, and this has resulted in strong and positive messaging in talks, as you just indicated to the press. But these are sensitive diplomatic discussions, and you have directed us to maintain confidentiality on the specific terms and not negotiate through the news media as others do. I can say this. We will see where things lead, and if we can convince Iran that this is the inflection point with no good alternatives for them, other than more death and destruction. We have strong signs that this is a possibility, and if a deal happens, it will be great for the country of Iran, for the entire region, and the world at large. Your policy of peace through strength is the most effective tool for a diplomatic resolution here, just as this policy was an effective tool in each and every one of all of the other conflicts you settled in your first year. Iran is looking for an off-ramp following your powerful threat on Saturday. Your indications that you are willing to listen to peace proposals have been well received. You have instructed us that your preference is always peace, and that we should make that our priority. We have delivered that message, sir, along with the 15 points for peace. Finally, we have told Iran one last thing. Don't miscalculate again.
Powerful statement. This is history in the making. This is a live cabinet meeting. And oftentimes I look at the seating arrangement as, if you're watching us on YouTube, this is a major breaking story. The first cabinet meeting held by President Donald J. Trump since the Iran war began. And you see President Trump to his right, Marco Rubio, his Secretary of State, who is deemed by, I think, in a bipartisan way, highly successful. To his left, War Secretary Pete Hegseth. For me, oftentimes I notice that Vice President J.D. Vance is, in fact, to his right or left, And I'm trying to see the placement of J.D. Vance, the vice president, but I did notice that Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, who is at one of the heads of the table. You know how President Trump sits in the middle, if you will, and is sort of surrounded by everybody. So Steve Witkoff at one of the heads of the table. Steve Witkoff, as you probably well know, is a billionaire, a New York real estate developer, and a lifetime, very close friend and trusted friend of President Trump. And as I say, appointed as the special envoy to the Middle East. And we've seen him time and time again as this key, skilled negotiator for peace talks as well as for hostage releases in an unprecedented way. This is unusual that Witkoff, who had prepared remarks, and you could probably see, or if you're listening, you can hear him turning the page, he had written something out. Witkoff does not want to be at the front of the table. It does not want to be speaking out on national television. This is not a role that he usually likes, and he has said as much. He does the job. He's loyal, but he's usually someone who likes to remain in the background, if you will, and is not a media guy, but serves the president in a very loyal way. So this is major breaking news as you hear Witkoff as he's saying that he said that Iran is looking for an off-ramp and that President Trump's and the administration's proposals have been well received. And remember, I told you earlier that Secretary Rubio, as well as Vice President Vance, they have been front and center in this situation as well. But for Witkoff to say, we told Iran, don't do this, don't miscalculate us or basically underestimate us. Again, we mean business. I'm paraphrasing, obviously, on that point. So we'll continue on, but this is important. This is history. And I want to ask you something. In previous administrations, have you seen this level of transparency? Not in my lifetime. I've never seen anybody, this is President Trump being briefed by his team in real time. Everybody's on the record. Whether you support this, whether you don't support it, this is this is what transparency looks like, and we've never had this, I don't think, in our entire nation's history, I should say, where we have this level of transparency and allowing the American people in real time to see and hear. To their credit, I will say, I'm looking through, I think all of the networks, most of the networks are taking this live or taking a huge chunk of it live. I think that's a good thing. It is streaming live. And so the American people have access to your president. This is your cabinet, America. This is your cabinet. You pay for this. We pay for it. Our tax dollars pay these individuals, and we pay for these decisions that they're making in real time. So this is on this administration. There's no blaming. There's no going back. And so what will they do next? What decisions are being made? Now we wait. Really, we wait to see, will Iran take the deal? And will they take the off-ramp that Witkoff claims Iran wants? I hope and pray they do. I hope and pray for peace and prosperity, and I hope this brings a long-lasting peace and, yes, prosperity, not just to the Middle East, but to the world. I'm Dawn Stensland, 855-839-1210. We'll take a quick break. We'll bring in my usual Thursday guest, although I don't know that we talk every Thursday, but, talk about the economy, the impact that this is having, not just on energy, but the economic impact. And I know affordability, that's a big story for all of us because we pay. 855-839-1210. We will be right back.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Trump is obsessed with America's 250th, in large part because it falls within 18 days of his own birthday. If we have $4.29 gas, if we have boots on the ground, you think people are going to be roaming the streets of America, waving the American flag, eating a hot dog with mustard on it, and watching the firecrackers? He's not Bush yet, but he can be labeled Bush if this thing goes long, and that will happen. Not only from within your own party, but from obviously the mainstream media. They already want to call him Bush.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
Hi, I'm Connie Urkel, and I'm here with my husband, Guy. We're excited to be here and tell you our great success with Crash Proof.
It feels great knowing that I hear other people talking about, oh, the market's going down, I lost this much money, and they're all fretting over it. And we don't have that fret at all. We are very comfortable knowing that the interest that we've made, we're not going to lose it. It's just going to compound and create more money as we move forward.
This year, one of our vehicles brought in over 18%, and they weren't charging us fees to do this. Even when the market crashes or goes down, we're not anxious about what is going on around us politically and globally.
I encourage you to get involved, give them a call, and set up a meeting. Not that I want to wish my life away, but I'm looking forward to next March to see how much more money we made.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club, Tuesday, April 14th, 1-800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hi, it's Dawn. Oh, springtime. I'm going to make this easy for you. Stop looking for lawn care service. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Natural Lawn delivers great results, and it's safer for your family and your pets. At Natural Lawn, they don't believe in using harsh chemicals. Instead, their environmentally friendly products grow lush, green lawns naturally. From organic fertilizers to safer weed and insect controls, they make sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. You don't have to just take my word for it. Homeowners everywhere are making the switch in Natural Lawn's proven, eco-friendly approach and just loving the results. Get started today. Schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program. You get free seeding every year for a greener, healthier lawn, plus free seeding. 800 free seed. This deal is limited. Time's running out. Don't delay. Choose my lawn care company. 800 free seed. Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Ready, set, go Toyota at Tri-County Toyota. Right now, you can get 4.99% financing for up to 72 months on select new Toyota models. Or check out a new 2025 Tacoma 4-wheel drive double cab SR5 and lease for only $229 a month for 36 months. Or buy and get 3.99% financing for 72 months. And you get Tri-County for life with the purchase of every new or used vehicle. Visit us online at tricountytoyota.com to see more.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
On this incredible Thursday, it's as if Mother Nature just gave Philadelphia and our Philadelphia Phillies just a little gift of 77 degrees. I know, thank you, Rosalie, you're talking about the high in South Jersey, about 72 down the shore. Right now, 63 degrees, 62 in Philadelphia. But yeah, we're heading up to 77. And this on a day for our home opener. If you're headed down to Citizens Bank Park, what an incredible weather day. What a blessing. So have fun. And it's a true sign of spring for us. We're monitoring all the latest with President Trump. If he says anything more, of course, we'll bring it to you live. But we want to bring live now bring in Dr. Dr. Michael Busler, who is, of course, Stockton University and our economics professor, somebody who you've seen on all the national shows as well, and really great at breaking down all things economic. Michael, how are you this Thursday?
I'm doing very well, Dawn. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you for those kind words.
No, so where are we right now? So I think about pre-Iran, and you had talked about the Fed and rates and the tariffs and all of that, and you had predicted and hoped that by May, June, July, we would really see an uptick with the economy, and then this happened. And so how do you, I would love for you to break down what you see and how you think that plays into your previous plan, how it plays into what you had predicted for the spring and summer, and now how you would amend that.
So what we saw in the fourth quarter last year, economic growth was slower than we predicted, and I thought. Much of that had to do, we believe, to the government shutdown, which for about half of the quarter, the government was shut down. January and February of this year started out very strong, and I continued my optimism for how strong GDP would perform for the rest of the year. Now, what I didn't know was that this Iran incursion would take place. So that's going to have a negative impact on the economy. So why is that? First of all, you'll be a little bit of a positive impact in that the government spending goes up because they're in an incursion here. So that'll help the economy a little bit. However, because Iran has essentially shut down the Straits of Hormuz and very little, if any, oil is flowing through there. And that's, I think, about 20 to 30% of the world's oil supply. When you reduce the supply of anything, of course, the price goes up. And the price of oil, which was down in the low 70s for a while, was down under that, has now gone up. It went up over 100. Europe and the U.S. both released some of their strategic reserve that increased the supply a little bit, stopped the price from going up too much. So where do we stand now? When the incursion started, they said it was a 4 to 6 week operation. So we're into the fourth week now. I don't know how much longer it will last and how much longer Iran will be able to put a chokehold on the Strait of Hormuz. Just yesterday, Israel announced it had killed one of the military leaders that essentially controls the military in the Strait of Hormuz, so that might have a positive impact. The other thing, President Trump said to Iran, let's negotiate, and we're not quite sure who's left there to negotiate because most of our leaders have been killed, but let's negotiate. These are the 15 things that we want to end the war. Now, we'll negotiate a little bit, but we want all 15 of these. If we don't get them by Friday, we'll essentially take them. So Iran took the position, we're not giving you any of those. In fact, we want you to pay for war reparations. We want to control the Straits of Hormuz. 5 things that we won't give any of them. So what's going to happen? So by Friday, I don't think there'll be an agreement. And President Trump, when he says he's going to do something, he usually does it. So there will probably be some very devastating continuation of the attacks on Iran. And at some point, they're going to just have to surrender because they're not going to have anybody left. From an economic standpoint, the sooner we can get this conflict over, get the Straits of Hormuz opened again. There are, I think, 100 and some ships waiting to go through there full of oil. So once that happens, the supply will vastly increase. Oil price will go down to where it was before. It might even slip a little below that, and we'll go back to growing the economy. If this drags on and high energy prices remain with us for another 3, 4, 5 weeks, that's going to have a very negative impact on the economy. So the variable is, when is this thing going to get over?
Yeah, I mean, just looking at some of the headlines, that's, one, this is Fox News. Iran is trying to, quote, give the global economy a heart attack by closing the Strait of Hormuz. That's what you were just referring to. And just within the past hour or so, CNBC Financial Channel, saying the Iran war will spare no major economy, but saying that the UK, suggesting the UK is more vulnerable than others. So I just wanted to give some of the latest headlines.
Yeah, and I would agree with that too. The U.S. is not quite as vulnerable. The price of oil is a global price, so oil is going to go up. Natural gas, though, is natural gas and liquefied natural gas that we export is a little bit different. It's more of a regional market, so anybody using natural gas won't see quite as much of a negative impact as one of the other fossil fuels, oil and gasoline. But still, we've got to get this thing over as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and I don't know, could you hear our air, or I don't know if you saw any of President Trump's, open cabinet meeting. He's saying that President Trump says that Iran is, quote, begging to make a deal. We heard from Steve Witkoff, his special envoy, who told the whole backstory, gave the history, and said that he appeared to say, or I inferred at least, that this is going very well type thing. And they believe that Iran is looking for an off ramp, even though Iran publicly is saying that's not true. But a lot of this is public relations. We get that. What do you, just as a human being, as a professor, as somebody who's wise and I think a pretty smart guy, right? When you look at all of this, are you surprised that this administration, and in particular this president, went there? And what do you see when you look at this? Are you surprised? And where do you see this going? Because Trump keeps giving, like you said, this 5-day deadline.
So first of all, I was surprised that it happened, simply because every president, really in the last 40 years or so, has said Iran can't have a nuclear weapon and we're going to do everything we can to stop it. And they didn't really do anything. So President Trump, I was surprised he acted when he did. But according to Witkoff and Kushner, when they went into negotiations, and Witkoff said this in this press conference or in the cabinet meeting here, when we went into negotiations, Iran walked in and said, look, we have nearly 1,000 pounds of uranium enriched to 60%. Now, to go from 60 to 90 doesn't take that long, and 90 is weapons grade. So they were close. They had this material, and they were close to weapons grade. So the next question is, if they put it on a missile, how far can they shoot it? Well, they told us their intercontinental ballistic missiles can only travel about 1,000 miles. Now, we just saw one that traveled almost to England. We blew it up. So it looks like they can travel much further than that. So the bottom line is, if they can enrich uranium to weapons grade in a matter of weeks, and if they have missiles that can fire well into Europe and almost to the U.S., we really have got to stop them. Now, some people answer back to me, well, I don't know that that's right. They were just bluffing. I don't know if they have this stuff. I don't know if they have these missiles. You took action maybe you didn't have to take. The thing is, you can't afford to be wrong. So I don't know with 100% certainty exactly what they have. But if they have what they say they have, it is a disaster for the world. So Trump felt he had to act when he did. And he finally said, look, we have to do something about this. My goals are to make sure they don't have a nuclear program. They can't fire these long-range missiles anymore. They can't produce all these relatively inexpensive drones that are powerful in what they can do. And I don't want them to fund any of those proxies, Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis, etc. I don't want them to fund them anymore. So we're going to go in militarily and wipe out everything. And they're not 100% there. The Navy's close to 100% gone. The missiles and the launchers, they're probably about 90% gone. The problem is they hide some of these in tunnels, and it's very difficult to see. You have to wait till they shoot one to you can see where it came from. But if you look at the number of missiles that they've been shooting, it's been going down every day. I believe it's only a matter of a short amount of time that we can completely wipe this out. So the original question was, what's going to happen by the end of the week? I don't think Iran will agree to what the president's demands are. If that's the case, I think on Saturday, the president is going to go in and just wipe out everything and force them into a complete surrender. So at that time, then we can control what happens. The president says we're not in this for regime change. He wants the people in Iran to rise up and overthrow the government. We'll take out the military portion, so that should be at least possible for them. But he doesn't want to go in and say who's going to go there. He wants the Iranian people to do it. And if all that happens in the long run, this was turned out to be a great thing.
Well, we hope and pray. Dr. Michael Busler, thank you so much. We always appreciate you and your wisdom. Thank you.
Thank you, Dawn. Always my pleasure.
Pleasure's all mine. Listen, we are going to continue on. We'll get to President Trump, give you the latest on that because I want to get to that as well. But first, I've got to talk about my friends from Piazza Auto Group because this is a great time for a new certified or pre-owned vehicle from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. And there really is power within the Piazza Auto Group. Thousands upon thousands. I think 3,600 brand new vehicles at any given time, 1,600 pre-owned vehicles at any given time. And not just the vehicles like my Honda. We're pretty much a Honda family, at least on one side of the family. But yeah, Honda, I drive the HRV, the HRV. But the Acura, the Mazda, Hyundai, Volkswagen, Nissan, Infiniti, and pretty much any other brand that you can think of. I was looking online, piazzaautogroup.com. They had some BMWs. They really have every kind of vehicle. That's the selection that I'm always talking about. You can just visit them, piazzaautogroup.com, P-I-A-Z-Z-A, piazzaautogroup.com, and, check their inventory and check the deals. Some really incredible deals right now that I've been looking at, lower percentage rates, lease deals, or if you want to buy, piazzaautogroup.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn St. Louis.
Weather is sponsored by Natural Lawn of America.
High temperatures will be about 20 degrees above average ahead of a strong cold front that moves through the region on Friday. We'll have sunshine and clouds. It'll be breezy with a high around 75. For tonight, cloudy skies with showers developing overnight, with temperatures holding in the 60s. And then for Friday, rain mainly during the morning. An early morning high of 60, then temperatures falling through the 50s.
Spring is here and the time to contact Natural Lawn is now. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED today. 800-FREE-SEED.
The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa during the $1 million Worldly Winnings drawing. Play and earn entries now through April for your chance at over $1 million in prizes, including 10 $25,000 dream vacation packages. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings March 28th and April 25th. $1 million Worldly Winnings, only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Retirement can be scary, but only if you're not prepared. That's why AARP created thisispretirement.org. Because unless you've already retired, you're in pretirement, and you still have time to plan. Learn about retirement savings options, potential tax breaks, and how you can build savings over time. Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan and feel the retirement fear disappear. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
So according to this cabinet meeting that's ongoing with President Trump, we're hearing from the president as well as from his special envoy, Steve Witkoff, some optimism, very good, productive conversations. That's what's being said here. And I agree. I actually agree with what Dr. Michael Busler said. It's always on a Saturday, if you notice, too. all these types of actions. As a matter of fact, it began on a Saturday, this conflict. And so I do think that he had threatened the ultimatum last weekend, demanding that Iran reopen the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours or, quote, the U.S. would obliterate the country's power plants. And so President Trump had said we're going to do a 5-day period. I believe him. I think that there's all, you know what to pay if there's hell to pay if they don't get something done. And I just want to point out one other thing before I get to my next point, because I'm going to comment on the YouTube chat and something somebody said. And I hope it wasn't snarky, but I think it is. But, with President Trump, I think he's saying we need to get this together. And by the way, I'm looking at yet another network, NBC News Network, quoting 4 different high-level sources. They're confirming that, yes, there are talks that are happening, and the main go-between is Pakistan, but as well other countries go-betweens, Turkey as well. And so that's widely confirmed. So I know that sometimes you'll hear on another cable station, they say, the Trump administration, they claim there are these talks and it's not happening, and Iran says it's not happening. Okay, they're not face-to-face. It's not like Trump is calling and going, yo, Khomeini, yo, gay Khomeini, if you're the gay one, let me talk to you. That's just silly. So that's not happening, all right? As far as the YouTube chat, so Mark, who I know less on the YouTube chat, is going, well, Dawn, are your 2 sons going to sign up? First of all, that kind of rhetoric, playing with naming out kids, anybody's kids who are, and we talked about this earlier, right, with Marjorie Taylor Greene. One of the reasons that she's being ripped by people in social media is she starts talking about the military, and people are, going back at her saying, you're talking about my nephew, you're talking about my son, you're talking about my daughter, right? And so I would just say that's we don't need to do that. I'm really not snarky like that. And the God's honest truth is my son David is talking about it. David has talked about it. He would love to be a United States Marine. And as far as my son Michael, who many of you have met if you've gone to our events, Michael, his goal, he went to LaSalle College High School. His goal was to go into the U.S. military and to be a U.S. Marine. That was Michael's intention. And what threw him off course, and quite frankly, he's, he struggles with this because, and now he's, as you know, Penn State, going into criminal justice, but he still struggles with it because he wishes that he were in serving right now in our United States military as a Marine. And he couldn't because of that fateful day when we rushed him to to Children's Hospital a few years back, and they diagnosed him with something. It's called T1D, type 1 diabetes. It's nothing like type 2. For those of you who don't know, you are insulin dependent. In other words, you are dead within about 2 years if you do not take insulin. And so that is a product that if you don't know, needs to be refrigerated. And it's something that, so if you were on a battlefield, let's say, or you were out in a war zone, and you could not get insulin, you would die. That's what would happen. And so he's insulin dependent. And so he has tried, and they have told him at every level, even the Coast Guard, hey, sorry, kiddo, but no, you can't even serve in the Coast Guard. And he has asked. Believe me, he has, and that's hard to watch. And even that day in the emergency department, I'll never forget it because the doctor said, you can, you're going to be fine and you can do anything you want to do. And the first thing, I don't mean to get emotional, but he said, so I can still be in the military and serve. And you saw the whole emergency department and everybody just put their heads down because no, you can't. And so to Mark, I hope you're not being snarky because I hope you wouldn't say that about U.S. military members. And I'm not snarky, okay? That's not my personality. But yeah, both of my sons would love to be serving now. And and David's talking about it. So because then there was another, he can go to blah, blah, blah. No, you have to understand my family. If you think that I'm, I don't know, from some privileged family or whatnot, my grandpa John, for example, United States Marine, he survived Iwo Jima, Purple Heart. It's right there on his gravestone. Purple Heart, and lived, survived that, but never would speak about it. Was a U.S. Marine serving in our military in World War II, but it was very tough to get Grandpa John to talk about it because obviously, I would say most, but too many of his fellow Marines did not come home, at least alive. And so that's my family from, I have family members, the men have served in the military, believe in that, honor our military. And so, no, I'm not one of these people who says something but doesn't think, that my kids should not serve. And I would never deny my sons that if, you know what I mean? If that's what David wants to do, he can serve. He can, of course. That's their choice. And I would be proud of them.
You know what this is?
What?
This is a jerk-off keyboard warrior that actually said something to a human and not just another font online, and is seeing the repercussions for it. Seeing the human side of it. He just called out your freaking kids, man. That's asinine. You're an ass. I'm sorry to use a strong language, but you don't do that. You don't do that, especially when you got a son who's going through something mental that it's weighing so damn heavily. We both know it's weighing heavily on him. For him to come at you like that, yeah, you finally met a human. And you know what? I hope the whole chat attacks you, Mark, because you're an ass.
Well, the thing about it is...
Sorry, it fired me up
Thank
myself.
You, Dan.
Yeah, no, it's...
Dan's my defender. We love Dan.
It's just, ugh.
No, but Mark, here's the thing. I want to have the conversation. Okay, and even we talked about it. We never have time for calls because there's so much breaking news. We prepare. I think I went to bed at 10:30 last night. There's so much that we don't even get to, right? And so we just want you to and I start my day every morning at the latest 3:30 in the morning. So we prepare. So we work very hard to prepare this so that you don't have to spend time looking through all the raw feeds, right? But I want Mark to understand. Yesterday we took a call from Paul because he felt insulted by somebody that something happened, and I want you in the conversation. I want a diversity of thought. I like it when you challenge. You heard Rich Cioli earlier challenging me. That's okay. But here's the thing. We're not having a genuine debate or an authentic conversation if it's just like snarky, you know what I mean, below the belt stuff. That's not what I'm trying to do here. I'm genuinely having a conversation. Do I wish that President Trump, had done this? No, none of us wished for it. And so at this moment in time, I'm trusting that the President of the United States saw all of the information, like Dr. Michael Busler is saying, saw this happening and thought, we have to do this. We don't have a choice. And now we're in this. And so how do we deal with this? And what I see with Trump, A, transparency, B, Trump is telling the rest of the world, join in the conversation, join in this, and think about what Trump is doing. He's not taking control of these of the talks. He's inviting all of the neighbors within the Middle East and within Europe and saying, let's have the conversation, let's resolve this, and let's all agree that we don't want somebody who's pro-terrorism. And that's what, and by the way, let me ask you something. When you look at what's not being said, even where's China? They're not saying anything. Where's Turkey? Look at all of these countries. I don't see anybody in the Middle East bashing what is being said about Iran, that they are the key funding source for terrorism worldwide. And that was something that President Trump said as well. President Trump said that even though publicly they're not saying it worldwide, they all wanted him to do this. They wanted him to take out Iran. That was what Trump said. Now, obviously, if this does not go well and we end up just holding the bag, so to speak, and they can't resolve this successfully and you end up with another worse, let's say more violent or terror-driven Khomeini, then obviously with Trump, he loses the midterms. He becomes, he just becomes complete. He will be fighting off impeachment. That's if this all goes poorly for Trump, it was a Trump suicide mission politically. So I ask you, And that's what really tells me that he was believing everything he says. Because why would any so-called career politician, why would anybody do what Trump just did? So either you believe he's an idiot or he wanted to commit presidential career suicide. Those are the only choices that I see here. So I'm taking him at his word that he believed, and all of his best intelligence believed, that this country was planning something diabolical. And that's where I am. And whether you can rip me, you know what I mean? And by the way, Lisa McHale is saying, thank you, Dan.
Oh, well.
So
yeah.
Thank you for those of you.
You're welcome.
Michael,
no, I'm fighting with the guy on the YouTube
Rosalie,
chat like I'm Greg or something.
Ed, well, no. I'm not saying that. I just said they're just saying thank you.
Yeah.
But I hope, Mark, I hope you don't leave. I just hope you understand I'm being sincere here. I'm not here, you know what I mean? I'm not here for fun and for kicks, and I'm not an entertainer. If you want an entertainer, I will sing to you sometimes. I'll try, but I'm serious about this, and I believe in it, and I believe in our country. Believe me, every morning before I get out of bed and every night before I go to bed, I pray for our country. Yeah. I believe in America. I want to make America great again. Don't we all? So all these like silly little slogans and here's the other thing that makes me sick. All of these people who make millions of dollars, they're not working people. They're highly paid media, speakers, but do you think they care? I mean, do you think they care about what we all care about? In all honesty, I don't think most of them are sincere. They want to make a buck, and they want to troll all of us, and they want to divide all of us. That's why, Mark, I hope you're still in the chat, because I don't want us to be divided. I would love for Mark to go, you know what? I want to join the conversation. What?
No, you're preaching like, yeah, we don't want it to be divided. I'm like, yeah, get your pitchforks.
Lisa.
Get him out of here. It's just, there's a lot of people coming to your defense for good reason, because if Mark's one of our most common chatters, and that's the thing we should state, youtube.com/@12WPHT. He's like number 3. He's often chatting, and if you listen to the damn show like you say you do, you know that we've talked about this in the past, and to bring that to the table as a anti-Dawn comment, you're going to get attacked by a lot of people that are very familiar with Dawn, and very, it hurts us to hear you attack her kids because they feel like part of our family. Get out of here with that BS.
Yeah, and they love, by the way, they have committed. Michael, his, for upcoming birthday, is like, all I want is a new bike from Road Warrior. So he's like, that's all I want. And you can make it a Christmas, birthday, whatever gift. But because his bike, these guys, they're like, I hope they're not as tall as you, Dan Borowski, although you're a great height.
David's like my height.
Oh my gosh. They're just like, you look at them, you're like, in the morning, you're like, what did you grow in the night? But no, and the truth is, I'm honest, even though I tease about spring break, I'm not in fear of David at spring break.
Oh, no?
No.
No?
No.
Yeah. That
was another suggestion that no one's just worried about spring
break.
No,
that's why, like, to use that, like,
there we see Dan.
That's what pisses me off, because you play up, like, complete transparency, you play up the, helicopter mom, mentality of, it's part of your character, but to use you playing that up as some kind of form of attack, like your kids aren't patriotic or don't want to join, it's just, God, really, really got to me. So, Mark, I'm sorry to go so aggressive at you, but, come after Dawn.
Oh, well, thank you. No, and a lot
kids,
of you,
I should say.
Yeah, a lot of you in the, in the YouTube chat, you're going to, and it all kind of goes together when you think about what it means to be a sanctuary. You know what struck me this week, Dan, was when Allie Hopper, who has always been a bipartisan person, she is highly respected by both sides of the aisle, if you will, an expert in human trafficking worldwide. And something that she said, and she has advised people to understand that a so-called sanctuary state, such as the New Jersey 3 bills that were just signed into law by New Jersey Governor Mikey Sherrill, what Allie Hopper said, and I wish they would have listened to her, when you declare that you are a sanctuary state or a sanctuary municipality, it's kind of like you're putting up a neon sign, if you will, and telling the world, or those here, by the way, whether they're here illegally or not. This is an important piece of it. and I really learned a lot. I always learn a lot from Allie. So you're just basically putting something up there that says, hey, we're going to protect people who are here illegally. But what you're also doing, and here's the ugly underside of this, you're not just protecting, let's say, people who are here illegally, who are just good, hardworking, have never and would never commit a crime. You're putting those people in danger, the ones here illegally, but that are trying to have a path somehow, some way, right? You're putting them in the worst danger because that's where the bad guys hide. But also you're protecting the human traffickers and the worst American citizens who will capitalize on that. Do you see what I'm saying? So I just wanted to point that out about this so-called sanctuary status. We just have to be smarter. And it's New Jersey Governor Sherrill, doubling down and trying to pander to one group, but allowing others to be in danger. That's what the experts say. And I take Ellie Hopper, I really respect her. So we've got that going on. All right, we have so much to get to. Okay, thanks. We'll get to Marvin E. Cans. We'll take a quick break. And then on the other side, I do want to bring you some really important stories and some breaking news that I haven't gotten to yet. So it's still chilly out overnight, even though we're 77 today. We drop back down to much cooler weather in the overnight lows. If you've been putting off getting your furnace replaced or getting that HVAC serviced or replaced, you got to call my guys. They're awesome. Marvin E. Cans, KANZE.com, marvinecans.com, and they will replace that old HVAC system with a Trane, Trane. It is hard to stop a Trane. And I'm telling you, my guys, true technicians, men of integrity, you're going to love these guys. marvinecans.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Aetna was there for me as I was going through a rough medical patch this year. I had peace of mind, which helped with my healing.
Those words from a real Aetna Medicare Advantage member speak to why U.S. News & World Report named us a best Medicare Advantage company. Because we show up on calls with members and doctors' offices when requested. We show up with the latest in online tools for easier access to healthcare. We show up for you. Because that's how healthier happens together. Member feedback has been edited for length and clarity.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Gold prices are soaring, and silver is near an all-time high. If you've got gold or silver just laying around and you want top dollar, then go to the Estates Roadshow this Friday through Tuesday at TMT Casper Gold in Cherry Hill. For info, go to tmtcaspergold.com.
Living here is about more than just the headlines. It's the new restaurant opening in Fishtown. It's the playoff energy at the bank. It's the festivals that make your neighborhood feel like home.
KYW News Radio brings you the pulse of the Delaware Valley. From service journalism that solves problems to stories that celebrate our culture, we cover the life you're actually living.
Authentic, local, factual. KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news source.
Do you think that banking is boring? At PNC, we know that meeting the banking needs of the community is anything but boring. That's why PNC Bank geared up this year and introduced the mobile branch across the region to bring banking services to underserved neighborhoods. And long before that, PNC Community Development Banking was leading the way in investing in the economic health of our neighborhoods. To see the brilliant results that boring banking can deliver for you, stop into any PNC branch right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Yo, Langhorne. Thanks for listening to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Yeah, one thing as we look at this entire situation, I'm reminded of if you remember the Beanie Baby Soldier. He was from our area, Stephen McGowan, from Delaware. He was killed in action March 4th, 2005, a roadside bomb. And my husband and I, Larry and I, became very friendly with his sister and especially his mom, Bobby McGowan. Larry had actually done an Emmy Award-winning beautiful report on Stephen. But Bobby was on social media just talking about how painful to see all of this is. She's, of course, her baby boy. They're always, Stephen was 26. And I think about her hero son, and she is critical to say, why are we getting into this? But also, that's why I want to be careful when we talk about this, that we remain so respectful of the Gold Star families and of those who do serve, right, in our U.S. military. So I'm just going to say that to Mark. And Mark, stay in the chat. That's fine. You know what I mean? And I've got very thick skin. But I will just say, please be respectful and think about. Now, Bobby McGowan, she's a Gold Star mom. She has every right, to say whatever the heck she wants. I think we would all say, of course, of all people, she has every right to be critical of this, to say, maybe this is, she has her own analysis. Absolutely. I would just zip it at that point and let her or any Gold Star family member speak on this. But I just want to have a respectful conversation. And that's really where I was going with Mark in our chat. I don't usually call somebody out, as Dan knows, or take this many calls this week, but just want to put that out there. President Trump is now, we were going to take him a moment ago, but he was talking about pens. Like, he just riffs. These cabinet meetings go on.
Pens.
Whether Iran makes a wise choice or not to try to execute that is part of how this deal comes together. But with every passing day, the military pressure that we're putting on them lessens their ability to really hold that militarily at issue.
I mean, the problem with the issue of the Hormuz Straits is this: we've decimated them as a military. No Air Force, no Navy, very few rockets left. We blew up so many. Hard to manufacture them. Same thing with drones. The leadership is gone. The problem with the Straits is this. Let's say we do a great job. We say we got 99%. 1% is unacceptable because 1% is a missile going into the hull of a ship that cost $1 billion, right? So 1% is we can't. If we do a 99% decimation, that's no good.
So that's. I think that once he's in now, that's just it. President Trump is saying 99% not good enough. We need to wipe this out, get her done. And like I say, I think if this is not done within the 5-day period, then we're going to look. I don't even want to say. I hope we don't have. Let me just say it this way. I hope Saturday in the world is a quiet, peaceful Saturday, and that it just ends with a peaceful negotiation and resolution. But Saturday is the day of the week to watch. Dom Giordano is in the house with another great Dom show. Opening day. Henry is down there. He's so lucky.
Oh, yeah. Well, he'll be giving us full reports. This is a working day there. Okay.
Oh, he's working. That's right.
Well, yeah, that's right. But we have to see who we can get on from there for the ballpark. That's one of his missions. But we do have Colonel West, and we have Scott Perry, who's former Brigadier General in the National Guard, both breaking down the latest.
Well, it's going to be a great Dom show, and, you've got it all live, all local. Everything's covered right here. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. It's my honor, Dawn Stensland, to be with you. Dom show starts right now.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I want to tell you about my happy place, the beautiful oceanfront Grand Hotel in Cape May, New Jersey. Now, it may feel kind of early, but I'm always excited for summer, so I'm thinking about Memorial Day weekend. You should be as well. The Grand Hotel is offering the most amazing Memorial Day special, but you need to book soon because they will sell out, and they sell out every year. Book a midweek stay for 4 or more consecutive nights, and Thursday night is free. That's right, free. You and your family and friends can enjoy a variety of guest rooms, suites, and townhomes while you relax by the Olympic-sized outdoor and indoor heated pools. Grab an amazing meal at Hemingway's restaurant, amazing steaks, the freshest seafood anywhere, and so much more. And let's not forget about the pool bar, maybe some handcrafted cocktails, some rum buckets. Don't delay on booking your stay. Book direct with them for the best rates. Always book direct with them by going to grandhotelcapemay.com. But don't wait or you'll miss out. grandhotelcapemay.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. Taking to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years.
He was in big trouble.
We're going to take your house, garnish your pay.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm.
I don't owe the IRS anymore. It was because of Optima Tax.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Actual client compensated for sharing their experience. Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. Welcome in, loaded up with great people coming by today. Henry at the ballpark. I think we have a side question that's apropos of Henry at the ballpark for the Phillies opener. Want to tell you, we're going to play you this, the war and what goes on here. Look, people have freedom of speech. But I got to tell you, what I'm going to play you, and I think it's Frankie Scales who had this originally. Now I've seen it in a few places. Is a bunch of anti-American ingrate traitors at City Hall. More than just 2 or 3 people. A bunch of them. And I'm not sure if they're all Iranian or connected to it or Hamas or whatever they are. But I would say this is a group where you ought to take a look at them. Because there is freedom of speech, of course. But they're calling for cheering the slaughter of American servicemen. The idea being that each one that comes home in a coffin, we're going to celebrate. Now, there's got to be freedom of speech on this, even at City Hall. But there's got to be, are these people that can go off? All right, Sean, here we go. Here is cut 4. This is just in the last day or so from City Hall. These anti-American traitors, ingrates, first of all, are they here legally? That's a question I would have. Here's what was going on.
Until we have done everything in our power to bring the United States to its knees, let us not lose sight of the enemy. For every U.S. military base that crumbles, and for every U.S. soldier who returns home in a casket, we cheer. Hamas, Hezbollah, Ansarallah, all of the resistance forces we celebrate. These popular voices on the ground spend every waking moment in direct confrontation with Zionism, and they rely on a strong Iranian state to maintain their fighting capacity.
Do you hate America? May a Hamas rocket blow up your family's home.
All right, so you heard Frank there at the end. This happened right at City Hall. Was there a lot of media coverage? No, they don't want you to hear this. Now, I maintain I have a lot of doubts about the people there being here legally one way or another, overstaying visas, whatever the hell they're doing. But I think they're worthy of investigating. Do you? Well, that's not freedom of speech. You can't say that. This is pretty close calling for the violent overthrow of America and celebrating as we have 13 dead at least in the war right there in front of City Hall. Are they here legally would be one thing. What are their connections? What are they up to? That's what we have intelligence gathering for. I mean, I think this is so blatant, it calls for that. I'm sure with the No Kings rally this Saturday, we'll hear a bunch of traitors from the suburbs going off. They may not say it quite as boldly as these ingrates. What are they doing here? Why the hell are you in America then, if this is what you're wishing for? They're the enemy within. That's exactly what they are. The cheers, but the big mouth talking about Americans coming home in coffins. 855-839-1210. Now, speaking of the enemy within, Philadelphia City Council, our guy, John Alante McCauley. This guy, you've heard him with me each week on a Thursday usually. He'll be in studio. You have a chance to call in, say hello to him, celebrate with him. Just one man standing up. This is going on for like 6 or 7 weeks. So City Council today dropped the 2-minute rule. You get 2 minutes to speak. And they knocked it down to 1 minute. And I'm convinced it's all about one guy, Alante McCauley. They want to cut him off. 2 minutes is too much. He gets too much in. It's gone viral. He's all over Twitter internationally, standing up the City Council. And when we have him in studio at 1 o'clock, youtube.com/1210, he says a boomer black man City Council came up to him and told him what a disgrace he was to black men. I take it to mean an elected official. This man who was in jail, had a turning point in his life, is as productive, you've heard him, as anybody you're going to find, just because he's an alternate voice and he's a black man in Philadelphia. He can't do that. He's a menace. He's a threat. Even with the limitations that we have on how bad the Republican Party is, how bad the media is, and everything else. So this guy comes up and tells him, I'll see if I think you ought to name him. I think we ought to get that guy on. How in the world is a hardworking guy like this, family values, everything that you would expect, how is he bad for black men? It's a MAGA hat. It's a Trump hat. It's those things. So they have Philadelphia under control for 72, 74 years, the Democrat Party. Look at what they've done. Just look at what a laughingstock they were this week. The laughingstock mayor, Larry Krasner. We have a package from 6ABC I'll play a little bit later. Yesterday at 11th and Market, I don't know how there's a CVS still there. The police are really making it a priority, even with all the other stuff, of stopping shoplifters. So they arrested 12 people in an undercover sting operation there at 11th and Market. They're actually going after it. They didn't say, well, you only have $100. Remember that with Krasner? Will the media do their job and follow up, since they did this story yesterday? What is it that happens to each of these people caught shoplifting yesterday at the CVS at 11th and Market? The police are really making a point of this, and they're right. They're really doing their jobs. In other words, what does Krasner do as a result of this? Do they ever get any kind of penalty whatsoever? Doubtful. So this is the world of Philadelphia, where a guy like John Alante McCauley, and the problem is a lot of these Republicans, some of them coming at me, which is fine, calling me a pimp, pimping him on Twitter. Yo, Val, pimping? Do I have a big pimp hat on? Where's my cane? We tout this guy because it's a miracle that he's here, that he just burst out and he stands up to these morons in City Council and others, calling him out because of his race and because he is somebody who's for Stacey Garrity, for President Trump, et cetera. So the shoplifting thing, we'll have that for you coming up a little bit later. He'll be here, though, at 1 o'clock. Now, the Olympics, and this is the Associated Press reporting it, the Olympics now has banned, they say transgender women. I'm not going to call them transgender women. They have banned men from women's Olympic events / transgender women. I'm just trying to underline they're banned. But yesterday in Harrisburg, we had a spectacle of another committee where this bill, the Fairness in Women's Sports Act, the bill went to that, and they just refused to vote on it. They refused to vote on an issue that's 85, 90% of what Pennsylvanians agree with. You can't be a male in female sports. They keep on passing it to committee, and then refusing to vote on it. You got to give these Democrat thugs in Harrisburg credit. No other place do they refuse to vote on it. They may vote it down. They may be progressives, but at least you get a vote. And I wanted to play you. Now, this was all over the place yesterday, and it's a year old. But this is the attitude. Do you have cut 3, Sean? Cut 3 here? Okay. Here is State Senator Lindsey Williams. She belongs in Dom's Progressive Women Gone Wild. Listen to what she said about this Fairness in Women's Sports Act. She's a Democrat from Pittsburgh. She tries to say that females ought to compete against males. Otherwise, they're lacking in intestinal fortitude. Something's wrong with these women. Don't they get it? You can compete with these males. No, you can't. We can take a mediocre to decent male in any of these events, and he's going to dominate these females. You know the thing we've said. Take any relatively big state. Take whoever wins the basketball tournament, like Jersey, Pennsylvania, something like that, the bigger schools. Put them out there against the average WNBA team, and they're going to beat them. They might even beat the all-star team, just a high school team, not of all-stars even. They would kill them. So why are we telling women they have to toughen up? Listen to this state senator, Lindsey Williams, cut 3.
Female bodies are just as strong, as fast and capable as male bodies. For what reason, other than political gain, are we spending time and taxpayer dollars on a completely made-up issue? There are 8 million high school athletes across the country, and maybe 160 of them are trans. This is the 5th time we are voting on this bill that targets less than 0.002% of high school athletes. I was a 3-sport athlete in high school.
Yeah, well,
participating in sports gave me the confidence, time management skills, and ability to work collaboratively that led me to run for office. Absolutely nothing about having a trans teammate or competitor would have taken those things away from me.
All right, so this is the other phony thing. Let's make women feel bad about themselves because they can't compete with these male athletes. Are you kidding me? She would be able to compete with them. No, you're not. Everything that we see plays out against that. So the Olympics now, I'll tell you why this issue is good, though. If you haven't heard me say it before, we are winning on it. The Olympics now has banned men/trans women in all athletic competition. Yet the Democrats, the progressives, are still wanting to die on this hill. They're losing day after day, but it's not over yet. They have some centers of power, and they're going to try to fight this battle. All right, so we're winning. The arrow's all on our side. But politically, we're going to bring it up again and again and again, Lindsey, until you get it. The American public despises this, and it's a winning issue politically. Okay, side question today. Henry will be checking in. He's at the ballpark today. We'll get him once an hour. Opening day baseball. We are looking for that all-time sports film. And all you have to do, particularly if you have a baseball one, that would be helpful. So I won't take all the baseball. I'm only going to take, well, I might not take any baseball off, just to leave it for you. You got to hit us with the scene, though. Take us into the scene from that film that's particularly appealing to you. There's hundreds and hundreds of all-time films. Now, Ray Didinger is off and on with us, his co-author. They're a great duo, Glenn Mack now. They wrote what I think is the all-time sports movies book. Had them on several times on this. People can't get enough of it. The 100 greatest sports movies in history. They say Rocky's number 1. I could go for that. So I'll take all the Rockies off. Rocky number 1, but the line, the scene for me, you know what it is. I guess it's Rocky 4. Drago bleeds. That's the thing you have to remember in life.
Right.
Drago's, look, Drago's bleeding. You know, that's if I'm the coach, I'm looking over there. Hey, Look at that. Is that blood coming from Drago? Hit him on the other side now. Okay, so I'll take Rocky off. And my favorite, well, arguably, Denzel Washington film. And there's an emotional scene. The guy that's the co-coach with him, Remember the Titans, based on a true story. Game Ball, Ronnie Bass. But Denzel dominates that. So, Sean, do you have a sports film?
Yep. One of my favorite all-time sports films of all time, Coach Carter. One scene that he had to really kick it to his players and everything when they were acting up, not focusing, and just really trying to challenge him as a coach. And he told him that basketball is more than just playing basketball. It's about becoming a man. And that was like one of my favorite all-time scenes.
That's a great scene. How about you, Kirk?
I'm going to go with Rudy.
Okay.
It was I kind of like reflection on perseverance and try to get into the game or the game of life for me, because I resonate a lot with that. So that was a really touching movie, and it's based on a real story.
Yeah, I don't think he had one play. Maybe he was like 110 pounds soaking wet.
Exactly right. Yep.
Notre Dame too. Yeah.
Notre Dame. Yeah. Sean Austin was a great actor.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So 855-839-1210. Hit us with the scene. I left all the baseball ones for you. On opening day, I've been privileged to do 3 or 4 broadcasts from Citizens Bank Park on opening day, you know, the pregame show. And we had at one time, 1 or 2 of the monkeys were there. I don't know if he's deceased or not. Ilana Deladon, who was as good as anybody in the WNBA and about 6'5". Of course, we had to fool around and see if she could take me to the hoop there. We didn't have a hoop. We were just playing around. 6'5". She could do it. So we'll give you a little of that. It symbolizes rebirth. It symbolizes the spring. Thank God Major League Baseball gets a 71 degree or part of the game today. And it's a big deal. The other sports, opening day, it's big, but not like opening day in baseball. So all-time sports film, you got to give us the scene. If there's a line, you may want to do it. You may want to act it out. By the way, yesterday was top 10 country, Greek Independence Day, something Greek. It was beyond hilarious.
That hit out of
between the Greek fraternities. The Isle of Lesbos,
right?
Xenos with pleated pants. You can't make this stuff up. I could send that script out there, and comedians.
It was a home run, in the proverbial sense.
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right. So here's how you get in: 855-839-1210. That's how you do it. Coming up, Rod Blagojevich, who's quite a colorful character. I had him on once. He worked at Wildwood, Jersey Shore one summer. The former mayor, remember him? The guy that got caught up with trying to sell a Senate seat. Remember that whole thing? And I think that's what he went to jail for. Well, he has a theory that's out there today about that illegal guy who killed Loyola freshman Sheridan Gorman. Remember that story coming out of Chicago? It's Lake and Riley all over again. I'll give you what his theory is. And if true, it underlines what we're up against. Also, your reaction to that rally, pro-Iran, pro-Hamas, pro-Hezbollah at Philadelphia City Hall. Having a parade when bodies of U.S. military come home. I mean, it is beyond, it's beyond unbelievable what we're hearing here. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Trump is obsessed with America's 250th, in large part because it falls within 18 days of his own birthday. If we have $4.29 gas, if we have boots on the ground, you think people are going to be roaming the streets of America, waving the American flag, eating a hot dog with mustard on it, and watching the firecrackers? He's not Bush yet, but he can be labeled Bush if this thing goes long, and that will happen. Not only from within your own party, but from obviously the mainstream media. They already want to call him Bush.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Nick Kale, and you'd probably rather be out golfing, but you're scrambling. See what I did there? And you're trying to find a lawn care company. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America, and spend your time on the links. Natural Lawn delivers great results and is safer for your family and your pets. At Natural Lawn, they don't believe in using harsh chemicals. Instead, they use environmentally friendly products to grow lush,
green lawns naturally. From organic fertilizers to safer weed and insect controls, they make sure that your lawn thrives naturally season after season. But don't just take my word for it. Homeowners everywhere are making the switch to Natural Lawn's proven eco-friendly approach and loving the results. Get started today. Schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program and get free seeding every year. For a greener, healthier lawn plus free seeding, call 800-FREE-SEED. Call 800-FREE-SEED now. This deal is limited and time is running out, so don't delay. Choose My Lawn Care Company. 800-FREE-SEED. Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. Tell them Nick sent you.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Don't miss The Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Joe Conklin hosts comedy nights at Parks Casino every month in 360 Lounge. For full schedule, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com!
The sweetness of a low price fades, but quality lasts forever. At Cozy Jewelers, wedding bands aren't pulled from a warehouse. They're crafted, inspected, and designed to be heirloom pieces. You work directly with Paul Cozy. No middleman, no mass production. So when you're choosing a band you'll wear every day, step up to the 5th C. Cozy, because color, cut, clarity, and carat matter. But craftsmanship matters more. Visit Cozy Jewelers today. Active Liver from New Nordic protects your liver so you can enjoy life to the fullest. Online at Amazon or in stores at CVS, Wegmans, and now GNC.
Dom Giordano, weekdays, noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And on the free Odyssey app.
It is Dom time. Welcome in. So hit us on the side question. Opening day, Henry down there. He'll check in sometime soon. Give us the flavor of it. A lot of new merchandise, new foods, big block party. If you're going, you can certainly hit us. But there's something about baseball opening day that is singular versus even the other sports. We got that, and we got hit us with that all-time sports film, particularly baseball, the scene, though, that grabs you. There's got to be 100 good ones or more. You heard ours. Hit us with that throughout the show today. Okay, and as I said, Alante McCauley will be with us. We're working to get you his 1 minute of sound today. Surprisingly, he hasn't put it up yet. I don't know if he got cut off or what happened there. But these are barn burners each week at Philadelphia City Council. Just think about it. One man wearing a MAGA hat, connecting the dots to what goes on in a city like Philadelphia, and he's a threat, that they can't take it, that they kind of come over. I don't know how, you deal with that based on your race, you have to follow what the morons in Philadelphia City Council and Philadelphia in general do. The Democrat Party. By the way, the American Federation Union, their VP, and the head of Philadelphia City Council were at the airport saying, we got to get ICE out of here. We're going to get them out of the airport. Now, the airport lines are still, in some places, not acceptable. I think President Trump should call in the National Guard in addition to ICE. They ought to know, does the National Guard have skills? Can they screen? Whatever they have to do, get people in there so that Americans are not going to be suffering due to the Democratic Party, who are not going to give in, who are not going to let up on this. In fact, here is the colleague of our buddy Brian Fitzpatrick. He is the guy also with the Problem Solvers Coalition, giving it up talking about the fact that why don't we just make the people that are here since President Trump came into office the first time around? This is cut 14. This is New York Representative Tom Suozzi, who's supposed to be a Democrat moderate, giving up what he should shut up about. He and Brian Fitzpatrick are in step, I think. Here's what he said.
If you've been here since President Trump became the president on January 20th of 2017, you've been here since that time, and you haven't committed a crime but for not having proper documentation, let's figure out a way to legalize you so you can go to work every day, you can pay your taxes, you can raise your family, you can travel freely and not be afraid of being deported.
Why would we do that, buddy? Why would we do that? Notice the artificiality of this, of going back to when President Trump first came into office. Let's just pick a date. Yeah, you've been there since then. Well, why not today? Why not a year ago? Why not 2 years ago? We'll get around to that. You know that we will. It's just the outright unbelievable how far they're willing publicly. We know they want to do this, but to publicly state, we're going to put it all in the line for people that are here illegally. And those ingrates wishing our service people come back in a coffin, I bet they're either overstaying their visa, they're in some other kind of trouble, they're dealing with a foreign power in some way, or they're here illegally. Every one of them ought to be investigated. If you're cheering for Hezbollah, Hamas, and talking about Americans coming back in coffins, we're going to take a look at you. Because I don't believe that you're here on illegal status. I'm invited on 2 shows tonight because of this on Newsmax of these protesters that are out there in this way, shape, or form. What in the world is going on? I mean, even across the country, I haven't seen this in the usual spots saying we're cheering on if you have people coming back in coffins. It's even for what we see in Philadelphia, it is over the top. All right, let's start off with, Rod Blagojevich first. The ex-Illinois governor says in his experience in Chicago, et cetera, and what he's being told, he believes that this illegal guy from Venezuela who murdered Sheridan Gorman, she startled him, remember that? So he shot her, that this was probably part of a gang initiation. In other words, you have to kill somebody to become a member of the gang. Now, if this is proven, doesn't this underline letting them get away with being here illegally, getting into their head, they're going to do anything they want? I mean, it's bad enough he killed her. She's dead. Democrats, of course, won't recognize this. But suppose this is a gang initiation. Does that help us to make the point that when you allow this kind of illegal behavior, it breeds the mindset of we'll just do whatever we want. We're completely out of control. And Democrats won't even address her name, just like Lake and Riley. But imagine a gang initiation. And I played you the cut, and this guy from New York, he's the buddy of Brian Fitzpatrick. He's the Democrat problem solver. Fitzpatrick is the Republican problem solver. Well, why can't we just let them be legal? We tried that with Ronald Reagan, who talked about that as the worst mistake of his life. Yeah, even Ronald Reagan was conned into it. I don't know why. I guess it's an easy con. Let's make people legal and then say, now don't do it again. What it does, it's a magnet. They know if they get here, you have yo-yos like this saying we're going to make you legal someday. That's what they want. Or even if you're not, Democrats are going to protect you. You're quasi-legal. And oh, by the way, make sure you vote. Let's go to Craig in Maryland. Craig is in on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Craig.
Hey, how are you doing, Dom?
Good, Craig.
Yeah, the movie and the scene is when Kevin Costner asked his father to play catch with him in Field of Dreams.
Exactly.
And it's like, you know, I'm 60, going on 63 now. And when I watched it when it first came out, I was like, oh, that's a great, touching movie. I called my dad, who was alive at the time. And, you know, my kids were little. We played ball and stuff. And it was like, okay, now every time when I see it now, I have grandkids. And every time I see it, it's like more and more poignant.
That's exactly right. That's what sports are all about. It's not just winning and losing. It's moments, and that's a moment.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
Oh, yeah.
That's a great one,
Without a
Craig.
doubt.
Thank you, Craig. And you used the word poignant. Yes, that's what you want to do. Some of these are inspirational, the will to overcome anything. But a film like Remember the Titans is about black school and white school coming together, being put into one school, desegregation, and overcoming all that, not only to play together, but to win together. Poignant. That's a great one, Craig. 855-839-1210. Could this be a gang initiation? I see this headline on Fox. TSA officials, agents selling blood plasma to feed their family during this crisis. You miserable, stinking Democrats. Really. But Republicans are not doing enough with this. And I don't care if they said it's illegal, you can't do it. What are they going to do to you? I believe they can be sworn in to be an ICE agent. And the money's there for ICE agent. You can pay them and they can do the same job. The other thing is, these people are having trouble making ends meet. Republicans ought to be out there working with supermarkets, with hotels, with whatever they can, a grand effort to help our TSA workers out, to help them get through this because they are doing yeoman work to be on the front lines of this. I don't see them doing it. You got people, you got resources, the country would rally behind you. I know our listeners would. But instead, they talk about it. Yeah, it's great to call out the Democrats. They're rotten. But the bottom line is helping them get through this, benefactors. I think somebody said Elon Musk would be illegal just to pay them. Well, make it a charity. Do something that way and help every single one of them. Well, Democrats will holler. But let them holler. Well, let's have this debate in America. You want them to be even more miserable? All right, 855-839-1210. That will get you on board. We'll be checking in with Henry at the ballpark to let you know what's happening there. It is a huge day. That's a good start, Field of Dreams. I didn't take the baseball ones off. Give them to you, but hit me with the scene and how it's affected you. I bet if it's your top or near top, you've seen it 5, 10, 15 times. I think I've seen Remember the Titan 10 or 11 at least. And every time there's certain scenes, you can't be with me, shut up. Got to see that. And something about Denzel Washington, game ball, Ronnie Bass. All right, 855-839-1210. Jump in with Dom.
Weather sponsored by Natural Lawn of America.
High temperatures will be about 20 degrees above average ahead of a strong cold front that moves through the region on Friday. We'll have sunshine and clouds. It'll be breezy with a high around 75. For tonight, cloudy skies with showers developing overnight, with temperatures holding in the 60s. And then for Friday, rain mainly during the morning. An early morning high of 60, then temperatures falling through the 50s.
Spring is here and the time to contact Natural Lawn is now. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED today. 800-FREE-SEED.
Hey, it's Mike Quick. It's time to cut your old point-of-sale systems and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leaders for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-serve kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit PDQPOS.com.
Hugh Douglas here. It's Tequila Madness this month at your local fine wine and good spirits stores. Grab your chips, dip, and guac, and make your favorite margarita with big savings. Enjoy $3 off El Jimador Tequila Silver 750 milliliters, along with $2 off 750 milliliters of Herradura Tequila Blanco and the original Reposado, Herradura Reposado. It's Tequila Madness with El Jimador and Herradura Tequila. Go to finewineandgoodspirits.com, and remember, people, celebrate responsibly.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Here's retirement phase expert Joanne Small-Canella with today's report.
As we proudly celebrate Women's History Month, this week's expert report honors the strength and sacrifice that women have shown for generations, especially when it comes to caring for loved ones during times of illness. For too many women, that act of love carries a heavy financial burden. According to a 2025 report from the Transamerica Institute for Retirement Studies, 43% of working women have served or are currently serving as caregivers for loved ones facing health challenges. For many, caregiving has disrupted careers and reduced lifetime earnings, with 11% forced to leave their jobs entirely. Now consider this. Government data shows that 70% of Americans aged 65 and older will need long-term care for 3 years or more. And yet, nearly half of current retirees expect to rely on a spouse, a child, or other loved ones to provide that care. The good news is that there are long-term care solutions designed not only to cover professional care, but also to provide funds to compensate a loved one who chooses to step in, replacing lost wages instead of draining what took a lifetime to build. And qualifying has never been easier. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, approval for coverage is guaranteed, even if you've been turned down previously. You've always done everything possible to care for your family. Now it's time to protect them from the financial burden of caring for you. Schedule an appointment with a licensed retirement phase expert to learn more about this long-term care opportunity by calling 800-722-9728 or visiting crashproofretirement.com today.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. So we had it live in the air when Larry Krasner went nuts. And we took it as usual, insufferable. We were fired up too. But nationwide at the airport, this made a lot of news. So they contacted our producer, Kirk, because the spokesperson, somebody from the Department of Homeland Security, wanted to make sure it got out there. And they know that this show and Talk Radio 1210 are the best channel to do that. Don't wait for the Inquirer, et cetera. They'll demand an investigation of you. So, Kirk, you got contacted in that role. What did they want?
All right, so this is a statement from the Acting Assistant Secretary Lauren Biz, B-I-S, if I mispronounced her name, I apologize. Okay. So she says, quote, "To most Americans, our ICE officers are heroes as they put their lives on the line to arrest murderers, rapists, pedophiles, gang members, and terrorists. What Krasner is trying to do is unlawful, and he knows it. Federal officials acting in the course of their duties are immune from liability under state law. Attacks and demonization of ICE law enforcement are wrong because of smears like this. Our ICE officers are now facing a more than 1,300% increase in assaults against them as they put their lives on the line to arrest murderers, rapists, pedophiles, gang members, and terrorists. What's immoral is illegal aliens killing American citizens like 18-year-old Loyola University student Sheridan Gorman, who was shot and killed last week, allegedly by Jose Medina, a Venezuelan illegal alien, unquote.
Thank you. Thanks.
You
can
got it.
hold up on getting her on. We got the gist of it.
Yeah,
But,
you got it.
I know you're working too, and we look forward each week to John Alante McCauley. City Council, these weasels, now have cut down what citizens, the time they can speak each week, to 1 minute from 2. No reason given, but we think it's to stop this guy. We'll play that for you in a moment.
Got it.
All right.
Whatever.
He'll be here at 1 o'clock in studio. Hear from City Council. YouTube, too. You got to see this on YouTube because sometimes the camera work gets nuts of the stuff that they pull. YouTube.com/1210. Here's Alante McCauley. All right, Alante, they shutting Alante down. We'll have that here in a second. All right, just let me know when it seems to be set here, guys. As I said, he'll be in studio today at 1 o'clock. All right, let me go on. You just tell me when you have it ready. So it is stunning, this the story that we talked about leading off the show today of these ingrates in Philadelphia. As I said, I've been invited on a couple shows to talk about it. It's making national news because it is over the line. And I'm going to say what I said here. I think there ought to be an investigation of who these people are. Are they here legally? Have they overstayed visas? Do they have any connection with terrorist groups? Wishing that American service people come back in coffins right in front of City Hall boldly and cheering it on. I'm sure they'll be at the No Kings protest, too, over the weekend, joining in. All right, here's Alante McCauley.
Good morning, everybody. My name is John Alante McCauley. I'm with a grassroots organization called Flip Philly Red. We're here to offer you something different because you've been voting Democrat for the mayor's office for the past 70 years. In regard to bill number 251068, another $100 tax disguised in the name of safety, another red light camera to fatten the pockets of the communist Philadelphia Parking Authority. I often hear that I shouldn't want people who don't share my skin color to make decisions for me. But every time I look up, it's a black politician trying to take money from me. Another red light camera on the corner of Schoolhouse Lane and Henry Avenue. Another backdoor tax. Why don't Democrat voters ever ask where the money go? 40% of the backdoor tax pays the PPA staff and administrative salaries and adherence to contest tickets. So basically, I'm paying the PPA to implement predatory taxes on me in the name of safety. Thank you. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
All right. Yeah. Who else? Everybody's using it now because of Trump. Thank you for your attention to this matter. He'll be in studio at 1 o'clock today. Yeah, the red light cameras are not about safety. They're a revenue, $100 ticket. They're all over the place. And these are the backdoor things that they do here in Philadelphia. I was hoping he'd get into Larry Krasner today, but they only get 60 seconds. And, man, they're on the clock, like it's it's like the 40-yard dash.
Well, the guy that's, I guess, the usher or what have you, said quietly, thank you. Because, I mean, he was like just watching him, watching his watch, and... Yeah, when I talked to him. I just talked to him out in the lobby before. Well, he's going to be in here, but he's super PO'd, and rightfully so.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
He's fired up.
Yeah. And we'll find out who is the black elected official that told him that he was a disgrace to black men. That's coming up. 855-839-1210 will get you on board. And we got shoplifting yesterday, where we have. 12 people arrested, 11th and Market, the CVS. How are they still in business, people wonder. Everything's under lock and key, but they still shoplift. And in Philadelphia, we know why. The police are really going all out on this because they realize this is a quality of life crime that drives people nuts. People just can't stand this. And they realize this can be dealt with. And if you don't do it, you drive business out. And you just inconvenience people because they can't get anything in stores. Who's behind it? Who else? Larry Krasner, once again. I'm convinced this menace is getting so fired up, I don't think he has to quit his job. as DA to run against Sherelle Parker. I think he's going to run for mayor. And Philadelphia is slowly but surely making its way back into the national limelight as just one of the silliest, most bizarre, but menacing places imaginable. All right, we're going to go to the ballpark and talk with Henry coming up and find out what opening day is like. You got the side question. You can get him right now. Side question, just hit us with that all-time sports film. Make sure you give us the scene. Do the scene with us, just like we heard from Marilyn, poignant, Field of Dreams. That's what we're looking for. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Whatever happened to taking responsibility for your own choices, maybe even more importantly, the decisions of your children? Yeah. My daughter at 11 years old doesn't know what's best for her on many fronts, much less whether or not 2 hours a day of Instagram, Snapchat, and TikTok is considered sufficient. She might have looked at it for 30 minutes at school on recess and at lunch, and then she starts to throw a temper tantrum about it, and I just look at her and I'm like, you're done for the day. Go ask mom if you want another 30 minutes. And she'll go into St. Kristen, and St. Kristen will just point to the door. She's like, get out.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I got a great way for you to spend a Sunday with me at Bob's Little Sports Shop on April 12th at 1 p.m. for their next co-ed shoot. It's going to be a blast, and I want you to join us for that. Bob's Little Sports Shop is my go-to for all things Second Amendment. Over 60 years in business, family-owned and operated, and this co-ed shoot at 1 p.m. on April 12th will feature me and you together. Now, if you're an experienced shooter, great. If you've never fired a gun before, that's okay. If you don't have a firearms ID card, that's okay. You just need a willingness to learn. So bring your interest and your willingness to learn and join me on April 12th at Bob's Little Sports Shop on Delsey Drive in Glassboro, New Jersey. Space is limited, so don't wait. Sign up today. Go to bobslittlesportshop.com or call them at 856-881-7575. This ad sponsored by Bob's Little Sports Shop.
It's that time of year to address some of those nagging projects around the house you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old, drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you need to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors and letting you start your project today with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 full years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of new energy-efficient windows and doors, including increased comfort level of your home and lowered monthly energy bills, while having the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. For full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, Guida.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Carpal tunnel syndrome. Heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTRCM.
Hey, Royers Ford, remember to tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. Added bonus today, opening day at the Phillies. Henry down there at the ballpark. Henry, what's happening?
Yeah, hey, Dom, you read me loud and clear?
Yes, I do.
All right, awesome. Hey, yeah, great day for a ball game today. What is it, sitting mid-60s right now? Going to get up to the 70s? I mean, you can't ask for much better weather in March.
So is it a block party the Phillies have going on there?
Yeah, it's a block party of sorts here. We got a lot of tents out here. Obviously, we're here with Odyssey stations, Radio Row here at the third base gate. There is a lot of movement around. I'd say maybe not as much as it was in the postseason, but a good amount for a cold March day. I'd say most of the activity is actually across the street, catty corner at Stateside Live. A lot of people getting their drink on first before they head over here.
Of course. Who's throwing out the first pitch? Do we know?
Oh, you know what? I didn't have that in front of me. Let's see.
Usually it's a Philadelphia official, the opening days that I've been at, but I don't know who could reach home plate. Larry Krasner's throwing out the first pitch. Wait a minute. Take over. I'll be down there. I want to make sure I boo him. Yeah.
Yeah, no way Larry Krasner couldn't even reach the plate with his first pitch. But, no, it looks like it's going to be Lucas Fibro, a 10-year-old Nemours children's hospital patient from Delaware.
Yeah.
He'll be throwing out the first pitch.
Yeah, the Phillies have quite a relationship. They do a day with them and have them in the booth, et cetera, with Tommy McCarthy. So Phillies favored today, I would assume, with Sanchez on the mound, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, you have Christopher Sanchez, one of the Cy Young favorites for the National League today, with a lineup that looks, I think, a lot better than it has looked in year past. We got Trey Turner leading off, Schwarber second at DH, Harper third, Bowman the cleanup. I know that's not your favorite spot.
Yeah,
for him,
let's skip over. How do we continue to do that joke? I put anybody in the world. I'd take you off the street there. You're not doing anything. Go up there and bat fourth. You're protecting Harper. Come on.
Oh, come on. He can hit 300 if he puts his mind to it.
When has he done that?
He's done it for half some seasons.
Nicely played. So
up until around the All-Star break.
Yeah. So Henry, you with sports background, what's the all-time sports film for you? That's today's side.
Oh man, I got to go back to down in Hickory, Indiana. Coach stays, I stay. Coach goes, I go. That's the iconic scene where the town is deciding whether or not Gene Hackman can stay as coach of the Hoosiers. And Jimmy Chitwood shows up and basically gives them the ultimatum. Like, I'll play ball. I think it's about time I started playing ball. That is a
great scene. I would contend, though, when the coach says we're going to trick him, Jimmy's not going to take the last shot. Oh, my God.
Yeah, and everyone looks up in disgust. What's the matter with you guys?
Yeah, exactly. All right, so Henry, you'll be checking in as the crowd develops and things develop. Yes, we're dodging a bullet here, playing in March. It could be 71 degrees during part of the game. The first pitch is at 3 o'clock, right?
4:15 today.
Oh, 4:15. Okay, 4:15. Okay.
Yes.
All right. We'll give us any breaking news there. If you see Bryce Harper or something else, let us know.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see some sort of celebrity march out here. I'll let you know.
Okay. All right, we'll put them on. Get them. All right, thank you, Henry. Thanks. All right, Henry at the ballpark. We'll check in the next couple of hours here. Opening day is iconic. Phillies do a great job with it. Hit us with that all-time scene in a sports movie is what we're looking for. By the way, Alante McCauley in the on-deck circle. He's down the hall, as usual spot every Thursday. And they cut him down to 1 minute today. They can't take 2 minutes of this guy. It's a 2-minute drill. He goes 80 yards every week with it.
I'm just waiting for like a whistle or like a flag.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they'll throw a penalty flag. And I've seen it on Twitter. It's going out there nationally. People are catching on to this guy.
Yep.
They're going, have you seen this guy every week? Yeah, I saw him first.
Exactly right. And I hope he gives us credit because he's been on multiple but different podcasts saying that we got this exclusive.
Right.
No, you didn't get any exclusives.
Exactly. No, exactly. All right, let's go to Frank in South Philly. Frank on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Frank, what do you have today? Hi.
Hey, Don, thank you for taking my call. I'm going to go with the natural, where Dustin Hoffman, he hit a foul ball, and then the bat cracked, and he called for the bat boy and gave him a bat, and he hit a home run right after that.
Yep, the natural is a tremendous one. Thank you. I think the blood and Robert Redford showing after a swing in there, too. And, of course, the iconic, the light beams as he rounds the bases. Henry and I differ on that. I think him having catch with his kid afterward, end on a high note. You should have ended with him rounding the bases. I don't think you need the other. All right, John Alante McCauley is with us next here to break down his weekly sojourn. He's the voice here in Philadelphia. We get him on that state committee. The primary to be on the Republican State Committee is May 19th. We'll talk with you about that, of how we're doing stuff around that. We're also going to talk with the great Colonel Alan B. West. And we'll also talk, we didn't call Alan West?
He was supposed to call in. I haven't heard back yet.
All right, well, let's give them a call and find out what happened here. You know, we'll get them on a little bit later here. All right, 855-839-1210.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Hey, it's Dawn here. Everybody knows how much we love the Piazza Auto Group at Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Our friends at Piazza support what we do at the station, and that includes, of course, our radiothon benefiting the Travis Manion Foundation. Piazza Auto Group was founded by the late Vincent Piazza Sr., a Korean War veteran who built the company by supporting and serving our local community. To learn more about the Piazza Auto Group and their 40 area dealerships, visit piazzaautogroup.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. People ask us, is PNC just a boring bank? Well, that depends. Is starting a business boring, or being the first person in your family to go to college? For nearly 160 years, we've done the hard and occasionally boring work of banking to deliver brilliant results to our clients. To see what boring banking can do for you, stop into any of our local branches right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
A message from Bradford White Water Heaters. How you heat your water matters, and you do have a choice. So choose efficiency, choose reliability, choose innovation. Choose a water heater that's manufactured in America using the finest components from around the world. Choose Bradford White. Still is and always will be built to be the best. So make the right choice. Ask your plumbing professional to install a Bradford White water heater in your home or business. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more.
Spring cleaning is upon us, but there's one meaningful box that you don't throw away when cleaning out your closet. It's the box filled with your family's important videotapes, film reels, and photos. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box over a decade ago to help families organize and update their analog media to digital.
Legacy Box is simple and easy. It works and is safe. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box.
And Legacy Box has been featured in Good Housekeeping, The Today Show, and Rachel Ray.
Legacy Box is like magic, converting your shoebox of memories to the cloud or thumb drive, ready to watch and share.
Declutter your closet by digitizing your media. Become more organized and accomplished, knowing your family's recorded past is safe forever. Take advantage of our spring cleaning sale going on now. It's the easiest task to check off your to-do list.
For a limited time, you can get started for just $9 a tape. Visit legacybox.com/radio to get our $9 sale. That's legacybox.com/radio to get our $9 offer. Legacybox.com/radio.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Trump is obsessed with America's 250th, in large part because it falls within 18 days of his own birthday. If we have $4.29 gas, if we have boots on the ground, you think people are going to be roaming the streets of America, waving the American flag, eating a hot dog with mustard on it, and watching the firecrackers? He's not Bush yet, but he can be labeled Bush if this thing goes long, and that will happen. Not only from within your own party, but from obviously the mainstream media. They already want to call him Bush.
Start your day with Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
All right, it is Dom time, his weekly visit here in studio with us. John Alante McCauley, Flip Philadelphia Red, after his weekly 2-minute appearance at, well, check that, Dom, wait a minute. YouTube.com/.
Gold prices are soaring.
His 1 minute appearance at City Hall today. So you only got a minute this week. Suddenly at the last minute, did they give a reason why it's down to 1 minute that citizens can speak before the Politburo here?
No, they didn't give a reason. It just was. I think they just did it because of all the attention that I bring to city council, and so they called it audible. But it's okay. I'll be prepared for it next time.
Well, it would seem too all these other people that want to speak, and each week they have a point they want to get up there. And it's proof of what you and I often talk about, how inured we are to this state in Philadelphia of a one-party rule. You would think everybody would have joined you and started saying, no, it's got to be 2 minutes. That's what you've always done.
Right. So, yes, I was shocked. Everybody was just sitting there. They was just quiet.
Mm-hmm.
And it's normal to them. When we talk about these buzzwords, communism and stuff like that, they don't know. Like, this is what it is right here. Right. They're telling you you're not allowed to speak. They're taking away your First Amendment. And it's just everybody, whether you're Democrat, Independent, or Republican, no matter where you stand at, should have got up in an uproar. If, I hear that 3 minutes is like kind of the normal in a lot of places. Right. 2 minutes at the, bare minimum. A minute to try to get a good point off. And I think they wanted me to get emotional. I didn't react that way. I just stuck to my script. I said, okay, I'll give a minute of what I have, and I'll be more prepared next time just in case you try to pull that again.
You also were accosted or taken aside by a guy who was older. You said a boomer and a black man.
Yes.
What did he say about your hat and also what you'd say each week?
Right. So I was sitting there, and then an older gentleman approaches me, and then he says, why that hat? And then, so I thought about, do I want to entertain this right now?
Right.
So we had small, very brief engagement. And then I said, why aren't you wearing this hat? As you're an American. And then, so he said, well, he's racist. So I said, well, how is he racist? And then he tries to give me, he started with his father. I said, no, speak about him.
Right.
Then he tries to give me some frivolous points. And then, so, he says, before he was done, he says, you're a traitor to black men. So I let them have the last word.
Yeah. When you get that, because you probably still get a lot of it. I mean, does it seem a little bit? You're a young guy, but old hat. I mean, I've interviewed people in your situation, maybe 100 or so. but it seems so passe. Like 20 years ago, somebody who says what you do, wears a hat, and is a black man would get that. You would think this would go away, but
Right.
some of these people just can't get past it.
Right. Well, I mean, you got, when we talk about legacy media, mainstream media, it has done a damage. And so I blame the boomers in my community of why, the black community is specifically the way it is. They like to point out that it's a small segment of, I guess, my generation or younger who are in the streets or who are, causing violence or doing things like that. So they try to separate themselves. But the thing is, you might be an upper middle class, you made it in life, and, you got your 401k or your pension, and you live in a nice, probably in Mount Airy, in the Mount Airy section of Philadelphia or Chestnut Hill. But the thing is, you keep my generation who's never been through slavery, never been through segregation or Jim Crow, you keep us with this feeling of anger. You keep us with this feeling like that's our identity. And so the things that you may have went through, and that's a whole nother story too, that we cannot relate to. So, I blame the boomers, that boomer generation in my community for why my community the way it is.
Boy, there's a different target every 30 seconds here, but I take your point. But let me just be devil's advocate if they could have it, because you would have a good conversation with them. If they said, yeah, but it still continues today. Look at all the negatives that black people experience, and there are still some of those things. What do you say back, John?
This is the greatest time ever to be a black American. You never had it so easy. You never had so much opportunity to be, but it's nothing you cannot do. I don't want DEI standards. I don't need anything lowered for me to get into school, to get a job. Everything that we're doing, we're causing ourselves. If you talk about black women having the highest rate of abortion in the country, who's making us do that? That's us. All of the black on black crime. I don't see any white people or anybody with MAGA hats coming into Philadelphia committing crimes, carjacking, and doing any of those things. So it's not the white man doing this to us. It's not any of that. It's us.
We're talking with John Alante McCauley here in studio. And John, we'll say it several times. Where do people find you in social media? Where's the best place to go?
The best place to go is on all of it on X at Alante McCauley, ALLANTEMCAULEY, and that's across all platforms.
Now, last week we didn't have you in studio. You were meeting with the Republicans, and Matt Wolf, man of his word, you said he at least will listen. They've okayed your petitions to run now. You're on the ballot.
Yes, sir.
May 19th is a primary to be, or I guess it's really the election because it's a Republican side.
Right, yeah.
To be on that big state committee where it would be unbelievable, the stuff that would come out of that. How many people are running in the two congressional areas, right, that you're on the ballot for?
Well, to my understanding, 5 people can go from my area. So you got 2 women that are going to make it. So it's 4 men, and it's going to be 1 odd man out. So I got to go against 3 other men. So I got to, make that 3.
Okay. Well, those odds are pretty good.
Right,
I don't want to say anything's a cinch, but if this show can't put you in Harrisburg, I don't know what can. We got to be on this.
Right. So, yes.
So, and again, will people be able to vote? It's another reason to come out and vote. It's like a bodily function. You should always vote.
Right.
In this primary, we have somebody else that comes on the show a lot in Pittsburgh that's on there, but you here, we can actually vote for, John. What would you do on the committee? What is the job of the committee? What do they try to do?
Well, they don't go every but so often. It might be 3-4 times a year or something like that. But, this endorsement process is a big fuss with the grassroots and the establishment. So, it's just far as vetting candidates, making sure they're constitutional representatives, making sure they're implementing the America First agenda. I don't want anybody that's coming in there that's just a stooge or that's not coming in there to really work for the people. If I cannot get a candidate that come to Philadelphia, then I will not tell the constituents there to support that candidate. You're not hiding these candidates anymore. So it's just having conversations, making sure, you understand that Constitution and you're not walking middle of the line. I don't want anybody just a moderate. I'm sick of, not addressing the agendas. I don't go in there and fight for the American people.
Well, and one of the tells will be how fiercely, because you're a fierce person behind Stacey Garrity. We all realize we're going against a ruthless, unbelievably ruthless, even for politicians, in Shapiro. But if he's beaten or at least dinged up in this race presidentially, that goes a long way.
Right.
Stacey Garrity is the all-time vote getter in the state, in the history of Pennsylvania, raw number of votes. So she should certainly have a chance here.
Right.
Yet I detect in the establishment a little bit of a sense of they're not going all out yet.
Right.
You are.
Oh, yes. I don't involve myself in any race if I don't feel like, I can't or we can't win it. And so she has that same mindset. I've spoken with her. And so we're not playing just to just give our best fight. No, we're coming with November, we're expecting to win. So we got her April 27th. It's a Monday. From 11:30 to 2 o'clock, she will be in Philadelphia. She is coming to, I have the flyer up on my social medias. With the details on it, with the address. She's coming to a local barbershop. We are championing with President.
Whoa, the barbershop
She's
tour.
coming to the barbershop.
Where is this? Because I want to come.
This is on Broad Street. This is in North Philly. So she's not coming.
Whoa, let's slow down, bro. Wait.
Yeah.
And what day is that? Is
it's
it a
on
weekday?
Monday.
Oh.
Yeah, it's on a Monday.
Well, you know what? I love to broadcast from that. I have to talk to some people. A barbershop in North Philly with Stacey Garrity.
With Stacey Garrity.
Now, here's what to expect. You probably know this. They'll bring paid protesters outside, and they'll be saying, get the hell out. What's a white woman doing here, and what are you doing here?
Right, absolutely. So, we're going to have our guys there. Patriots do not play. So we're going to show up in big numbers from all of the collar counties. And we've linked up with the Bikers for Trump in Pennsylvania.
Okay.
So, they're going to pull up. And then so we're going to have a nice amount of people out there to make sure Mrs. Garrity is well comfortable.
Oh, the Bikers and you together there.
Yeah,
that
yes,
is in a barber shop in North Philly, like what, Broad and Cumberland or Broad and Montgomery, something like that.
It'll be like they're Broad and Rockland in that type of area.
Okay.
It'll be around
That's
there
more
somewhere.
Logan.
Yeah, it's more Logan area.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly. All right, I'm marking that one down. I definitely we'll get you on from there at least. And, John, you're on your cheesesteak tour.
Yes.
Alante. This was a National Cheesesteak Day. I used to be really, really good friends with Joey Vento at Gino's. So we always touted his cheesesteaks.
Yeah.
What's your ranking so far? Do you have a number one?
Angelo's right now. And it's interchangeable between that and Skinny Joey's. I know the Skinny Joey. I love Skinny Joey's. So you can flip-flop either one of those right now between Angelo's and Skinny Joey's. Del Rossi's is number 3.
Okay.
And they're going to get on me for this, but I love D'Alessandro's. I'm from Mount Airy. I'm from Uptown. And so I got to put one of them in there.
D'Alessandro's has a line around the clock. Right now, there's probably 50 people staying in line.
Every day.
Yeah, every day.
Yes.
Well, that's the best barometer.
Yeah.
What legal business at 2 o'clock in the morning do you have a line? It used to be our line with Joey Vento. D'Alessandro's, if they're open then, they have it too. So.
Yes, sir.
All right, John, big stuff coming up again. So it's up on your social media, this barbershop tour with Stacey Garrity.
And I want to just add in there real quick to the party, the Republican Party in Philadelphia. Listen, we have to come together and beat Josh Shapiro. I know we know it's always a lot of infighting and things like that. So I will be a unifier right now. And I would say, let's come together, guys. Let's join forces. Let's beat Josh Shapiro this November.
Well, I'll see if I can get our buddy. He talks to me, the two of you on the show, and the head of the Republican Party.
Okay.
And you, maybe next week.
Yeah.
All right.
Vince, you're welcome to come.
Yeah, Vince has come before. So where did we find you, John? Where did we go?
Alante McCauley across all platforms, ALLANTEMCAULEY.
Thank you. And you get a great cheesesteak thing. And the podcast is going strong.
Yes, sir. What You Scared to Say podcast with the letter U.
All right. I'm Barbershop, Bikers, and Stacey Garrity.
Yes,
oh
let's go. Hair Forever Barbershop.
Oh, God. I don't know what the topic will be, but we got to cover that. So,
yes, sir.
Alante, thank you. Hope you get 2 minutes next week, but you get a lot more here with us.
Thank you, sir.
All right, more coming up. Your calls hit. Oh, do you have an all-time sports film? We do a side question every day, which is just the real fun part of it. Like yesterday was something associated with Greeks. It was Greek Independence Day. Today, opening day. All-time sports film. Do you have one?
I'm not going to go the cliche route and say Rocky, even though that's up there.
Yeah.
I'm going to go Rudy.
Rudy. All right. So
that was me.
That too. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Good choice.
Right.
These guys are working in cahoots. All right. More coming up with Dom here on Talk Radio 1210.
Gold prices are soaring, and silver is near an all-time high. If you've got gold or silver just laying around and you want top dollar, then go to the Estates Roadshow this Friday through Tuesday at TMT Cash for Gold in Cherry Hill. For info, go to tmtcashforgold.com.
Hi, it's Dawn. Oh, springtime. I'm going to make this easy for you. Stop looking for lawn care service. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Natural Lawn delivers great results, and it's safer for your family and your pets. At Natural Lawn, they don't believe in using harsh chemicals. Instead, their environmentally friendly products grow lush, green lawns naturally. From organic fertilizers to safer weed and insect controls, they make sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. You don't have to just take my word for it. Homeowners everywhere are making the switch in Natural Lawn's proven eco-friendly approach and just loving the results. Get started today. Schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program. You get free seeding every year for a greener, healthier lawn, plus free seeding. 800 free seed. This deal is limited. Time's running out. Don't delay. Choose my lawn care company. 800 free seed. Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, it's Nick Kale for my friends at Bucks County Estate Traders. Find high-quality, pre-owned furniture from top brands like Stickley, Baker, and Ethan Allen on sale right now for 20 to 50% off store-wide during their spring sale. Whether you're furnishing a new space or refreshing your current one, there's never been a better time to bring home timeless pieces at unbeatable prices. Visit their showroom in Hatfield, PA, or online at buckscountyestatetraders.com. Sale runs March 20th through the 27th. Some exclusions do apply.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
Callemmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
Our yoga instructor challenged us to find inner peace. I found it faster than anyone. After 4 seconds, I stood up and screamed, "I found Nirvana! I win!" They asked me to leave. I guess they don't respect winning. Bet365 does, though. New customers get $365 in bonus bets just for betting $10. Namaste, losers. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flourtown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flourtown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Free speech lives here. With Don Stensland, 10 till noon. On Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Okay, you're with Don. Boy, each week it is a whirlwind here with Delonte McCauley. Great stuff, and somehow or another we'll be part of that. Stacey Garrity coming to a barber shop on Broad Street, rallying the troops. Now, Josh Shapiro is in the news again because we have a story of a Lehigh Valley serial killer. Harvey Robinson, his name is. And Mr. Robinson was convicted several times, this has come up, of killing 3 women, tried to kill 2 other people in the 90s, and he raped and killed a 15-year-old, a 47-year-old, and a 29-year-old, 3 women, tried to rape and kill a woman and a young girl between 1992 and 1993. He was convicted of these crimes, sentenced to death for the 3 murders. Josh Shapiro jumped into the ring on Friday and said, nope, we shouldn't be in the business of killing people like this. The state has no call. Remember, his son told him this. Well, Dad, how can, what's the difference between the state killing somebody like that and taking a human life? Really? He also today is on an all-out campaign because the state Supreme Court said if you're involved, and I remember even in law school, this was a standard. If you're involved in the murder of someone, say it's a robbery, even if you don't pull the trigger, you could get the death penalty. I support that. Don't be involved in murders. Don't be the getaway car driver. Don't be the stick-up. As a result of this, Shapiro's out there touting that we have to change more laws to allow people in that situation to get a lesser sentence. It is truly endless with this guy, and it's endless with people elected to be governor who will not sign death warrants. Pennsylvania is in favor, at least by any polling that you see, despite Philadelphia, of the death penalty. Shapiro sort of ran on that because he was in favor of it as Attorney General. Then suddenly, you may remember, he shows up at a church in Philadelphia and said he couldn't answer his son about the morality of the death penalty, so now he's not going to sign death warrants after he was elected. And it brings up the issue. Maybe I have to realize this. Now, you know my stance. I've been for the death penalty forever, way back to that I can remember. I'm in favor of the death penalty now, and I will be in favor of the death penalty. I'm never going to stop on that. Maybe Pennsylvania, though, maybe it's not in favor of the death penalty. You know, maybe people like to feel they are because they realize that something instinctually tells them we need something as a deterrent factor, the morality of it, and yet we don't do it. And certainly in Jersey, I don't think that state's in favor of the death penalty. So maybe rather than seeing this as anything to talk about, maybe look, if you're against the death penalty now, okay, just be honest about it. How is it it's still on the books, and yet they put a moratorium on it? What the heck does that mean? Wolf, 8 years. Shapiro to be 4 years. If he's elected, another 4. Of no death penalty, but it's still on the books. And he called upon the legislature to abolish the death penalty. You think if they tried to do that in Pennsylvania, people would be up in arms? Or is this just a convenient thing where we want to pretend we're for the death penalty, but when it actually comes down to that, Pennsylvania is never going to do it again? I think that's what the possibility is. That's what this evidence tells me. I don't see a lot of reporting on this. This guy raped 3 women, killed 3. He attacked a couple of others. It's pretty clear. The evidence is overwhelming. No one's contesting this. Josh Shapiro just doesn't believe the death penalty, the law on the books, should be carried out. That's the only question that's there. So I assume it tells us that we're really against the death penalty. And I don't understand why. What is it that turned us away from the death penalty? What was it that I missed that was so startling? 855-839-1210, you get on board. And again, I say that with certain guidelines. If you're on trial for your life, we're going to give you the best attorneys. It's worth tax dollars to do that. Whoever the best are, that's who you're getting. And that means they have the resources to investigate. We have DNA now. We have all kinds of things. I mean, in the case of Sergeant Fitzgerald murdered at Temple, that maniac shot him while he was down. He stood over him and executed him. We have it on 100 cameras. We know that he did it. Why did he not come anywhere near the death penalty? Well, Krasner, and because Philadelphia doesn't care if you kill a cop, assassinate him in that manner, they are not going to want to punish you no matter what. They're going to say, well, he's young, he's crazy and all. Even though everything in the law indicates that's a death penalty case. The Fitzgerald case, the family wants the death penalty. Is something wrong with them? Are they sick? No. They're moral. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro and his son are not moral. Well, the son I excuse. He needs somebody to explain it to him. I'd be happy to do that. All right, 855-839-1210. You get on board. We're going to talk with Congressman Scott Perry at 2 o'clock today. I think the president ought to send the National Guard into airports. Iran, no talks, no ceasefire, nothing of that nature at this point. And we know what the dilemma is. We have decimated them, but this is asymmetric. You have the Strait of Hormuz, and President Trump talked about it in the cabinet meeting today, and he's right. As long as they have the capability to hit a vessel going through there, they could cause $250 million in damage or $500 million in damage, and people are not going to risk that. So I'm wondering at this point in time, here is a Republican congressman from Wisconsin who is a former Navy SEAL talking about it is a non-starter for him if we're talking boots on the ground. He's not going to be on board with that, given that background. I don't see that one, guys. I got to label that one for you. But this guy is a first or second term congressman from Wisconsin, Navy SEAL. And he says if we attack Carg Island, there's a couple of others, and we have boots on the ground, suffer casualties, he's not on board with that. I'm not on board with that. I think a lot of people, though, are thinking, I'm not on board with that. That would be against what President Trump has stood for. It would be boots on the ground here. Or are you going to comfort yourself and say, well, there won't be that many casualties? We've done everything else that we can do here. The only thing left to do is to get the means of production here and or try to get at wherever the nuclear material might be. But those two would require, particularly one of them, would require an all-out assault, storming the beaches. You can tell Trump's instincts, and Friday's the day, are not to do that. But this congressman saying, if he does, I can't vote for that. I'm not on board either. Are you? Or do you not know what to do? You want to be supportive of the president because of all the attacks. I get it. But boots on the ground and more casualties in this situation. And that's what will happen. Then what do? Do we ratchet up more because of the casualties? This is how we get going into murky territory. All right, side question today. You heard John's, you heard Henry's, ours. Hit us with that all-time sports film and give us the scene. All right, Joe in Gloucester County. Joe's in on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe, good afternoon.
Hey, Dom. Good to finally talk to you after all these years.
Thank you, Joe.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Joe.
Jeff Andrew called me the other day.
All right, Joe. Thank you, Joe. What?
That was my fault. I apologize.
Okay, look. Just call in. This is not a game. Don't take our time. Don't wait here. Just tell us what you want to talk about. You want to argue with me about something? Just do it. How many times do we have to go through this? All right, let's go to Gary in Newtown. And Gary's in on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Gary.
Hey, Dom. How are you? Great afternoon. Great first day of baseball.
Absolutely.
I was going to go with a baseball theme, but I'm going to go with my heartstrings. And my heartstrings are with Vince Papale in The Invincible. And when he is kind of doesn't know if he's going to make the cut, he's wandering around. Should I go back to school? I'm getting a divorce. He's like really second questioning everything in his life. Should I stay with the Eagles? Am I making any progress? Am I doing the team any good? I love them. And he sees the kid on the playground with the scratch that number on the back, and he's got duct tape on it that says 83 Papale. And you're like, hell yeah, that's where I'm staying right here.
Yeah, I think Vince says he caught one pass in his career, and yet he is one of the 25 to 30 most memorable Eagles with films and everything else about him. It's unbelievable.
Hey, Dom, can I ask something about the guys that are protesting? Was that in Philadelphia?
Yeah, right in front of City Hall. Yes.
So why are we not doxing them?
Well, okay, yeah. Well, because, we I'd have to say tracking him down would be difficult. The only one that covered it, I think, is Frank Scales. The media, Gary, to my knowledge, bypassed this, did not cover it. The national media is covered, and I'm going to be in a couple of shows on this, and they are amazed that something's got to be done here as far as taking a look at these people. You're right.
who's the gentleman? The guy who was running for council, not council, for city, the state something or other. You just had him on.
Alante Macaulay.
Alante. I have a motorcycle, which you know, and weather depending, I will be there with the motorcycle guys on the 27th. I think that guy's phenomenal.
Oh, he is. And can you imagine Stacey Garrity into the barber shop at Broad and Rockland? Oh, man.
Awesome.
Doesn't get any better. Gary, that's a good one. Yeah, Invincible's a good one. Let me play that. People just tuning in. We played it before at the top, and it's making national news, even though here locally. And look, I'm a little bit iffy on the doxing thing, except to say, though, I think officials ought to be looking at these people. Have they overstayed visas? Are they here illegally? Are they hooked into any terrorist group? These are a bunch of anti-American traitors right in front of City Hall, in the courtyard there, protesting, not even outside. So they went down Broadway, and this is just in the last few days, cheering the destruction of America and getting off on the slaughter, coffins for U.S. servicemen. This is cut 4. Here's how they sounded.
Until we have done everything in our power to bring the United States to its knees, let us not lose sight of the enemy. For every U.S. military base that crumbles, and for every U.S. soldier who returns home in a casket, we cheer.
All right, hold it. Stop it right there. Okay, hold it. Stop it right there. So that's the applause line. We'll pick up in a second. So for every American soldier that comes home in a casket or coffin, on which one he's saying there, we cheer. And that's what they're cheering for. Now, First Amendment rights here, okay. But these people are definitively not proud Americans of any sort. They're the enemy within. Are they here legally? Do they have the right to be here legally as the enemy within? Is that just freedom of expression, cheering in the middle of a war? Do you remember they were from Topeka, and I got them on. I forget the name of the wild group. And they would go to the deaths of our servicemen in Iraq and hold up signs that were unbelievable about your son died, and he's in hell, stuff like this. It went to the Supreme Court about how far away they had to be to do that. This vicious minister, and they were to the far right. He called me a commie and everything else. Well, you're a commie, aren't you? When we had him on, right? I couldn't, he was in Kansas. I couldn't go through the microphone enough. Let's pick up now, after the applause line, coming home in caskets, we cheer. Here's more.
Hamas, Hezbollah, Ansar Allah, all of the resistance forces we celebrate. These popular voices on the ground spend every waking moment in direct confrontation with Zionism, and they rely on a strong Iranian state to maintain their fighting capacity.
Do you hate America? May a Hamas rocket blow up your family's home.
All right, so is the media going to cover this once again? The national media is on it. Newsmax and others have invited me. I think they invited Rich, too. So they're on it. But once again, here in Philadelphia, this is not newsworthy, right at the foot of City Hall, and it's more than just 2 or 3 people. And the applause line is Americans coming home in caskets. That's the applause line. That's what we're dealing with here. Now, again, I'd have to, it's a little bit, the audio is a little bit, I'd have to hear the whole thing, what they did that day, to see if they're calling for things that would be fire in the crowded theater. But at the least, we deserve to have a look-see here at who they're associated with and are they here legally, overstaying visa, or whatever it might be. It's bad enough they line up and these losers do this stuff, these ingrates. But when we have people in harm's way, and sadly, I think there's a real possibility it could be boots on the ground and even worse. They're holding this in front of City Hall. Now, did they meet all the requirements of what you have to do? There are legitimate requirements to hold a protest there. I don't know how they're enforced or not, but if they are, that'd be something to take a look at. Who's the leader? And they don't look like college students, all of them, to me, per se. One thing, though, they're losers. They're traitors or anti-American, either one, depending. And they deserve even more of a look-see. So, Gary, yeah, we've talked about this. It's out there, except locally, most people, the weather is fine today. How do you think most people, well, in Philadelphia, they might give us the lecture. I'm sure we'd hear about the First Amendment, et cetera. No one's saying they can't speak, they can't engage in this. They absolutely can. We want them to. We want them to pour their loser hearts out. But we also want to know about their status. We also want to know about, is this a front group for something? We also want to know about, might they act on something? All right, it's 855-839-1210. You got a line. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all that we need you to do is just push pound 1210.
Larry Older here. You know, one of the most rewarding parts of sharing Relief Factor with you is hearing real stories like that of Sandra. She tells us, I've been hearing about Relief Factor on the radio for a couple of years, and I finally decided to try it because nothing else was helping my back pain. I know the feeling. With a 3-week quick start, she said, I went for it. Now I feel like a new person. That's Sandra's own words, and it's so gratifying to hear. I've told you about my brother Kirk, having difficulty going up and down the stairs in the morning. He wouldn't listen to me. I told him to take Relief Factor. He finally did. Began moving better, feeling stronger. Too bad he didn't listen earlier. Try it for yourself. The 3-week quick start. And see how Relief Factor could be your game changer, too. It is only $19.95. Think about it. Do the math. Less than $1 a day. So, call 800-4RELIEF. That's 800, the number 4RELIEF, or go to relieffactor.com, all one word, relieffactor.com. How will it feel to be out of pain? 800-4RELIEF, relieffactor.com.
At Crash Proof Retirement, we understand that out of all the threats to your retirement future, your health is the greatest. That's why our firm offers unique asset-based long-term care strategies to provide financial stability to our clients, like Donna McMacken.
70% of people will one day need long-term care. I went through this with my mother. I had to liquidate all of her assets and sell her house, and I don't want that for me. Should the need arrive, the long-term care policy that I have through Crash Proof covers $9,000 per month in care. Should I be fortunate and not have to use that, it goes to my beneficiaries. I've been Crash Proof since 2013, and still I've never paid them a fee.
Schedule an appointment to see if you qualify for asset-based long-term care. Call 800-722-9728 or visit crashproofretirement.com.
Party planning for tournament time? Start with the food. Hatfield Recipe Essential Sweet Italian Sausage is made for watch parties. Big, bold flavor. And the best part? It's already out of the casing. So just cook and go. Add it to crispy flatbreads, pasta dishes, or your favorite game day recipes. Brackets may bust, but you'll always win with Hatfield Recipe Essential Sweet Italian Sausage. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes. Hatfield, better care, better pork.
Hey, it's Dawn. It's springtime. Stop looking for a lawn care service. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Natural Lawn delivering great results. It's safer for your family and your pets. Homeowners everywhere are making the switch to Natural Lawn's proven eco-friendly approach and just loving the results. Schedule Natural Lawn's full service program, that's what I have, for a greener, healthier lawn plus free seeding. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. Tell Dawn sent you.
Breaking news. Ready to upgrade your ride? Right now, get 0% APR financing for up to 60 months. Plus, no payments for 90 days on select Jeep Grand Cherokees and Ram trucks at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Don't wait. These March offers won't last. Shop our massive inventory of over 300 Jeeps, Dodges, and Ram trucks at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Living here is about more than just the headlines. It's the new restaurant opening in Fishtown. It's the playoff energy at the bank. It's the festivals that make your neighborhood feel like home.
KYW News Radio brings you the pulse of the Delaware Valley. From service journalism that solves problems to stories that celebrate our culture, we cover the life you're actually living.
Authentic, local, factual. KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news source.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Okay, it is Dom time. We'll take you to the ballpark. Henry down there today for opening day. I think it's around a 4 o'clock opening pitch. And we'll also have Dom's Progressive Women Gone Wild. But I laid out where we are with the death penalty. Josh Shapiro, I mean, this guy clearly raping everybody in the world, killing people. Moratorium. Josh Shapiro's son doesn't like it. Yada, yada, yada. So do we really have people that support the death penalty? I realize that societally you're told you're a bad person. You know, I guess the Fitzgerald family are bad people. They can't get over it. Are they haters? Why would they want the death penalty? Well, the death penalty helps protect the rest of us if carried out on a regular basis. That would be 1. 2, for closure. 3, you never know. With Larry Krasner, et cetera, who might get out? Mumia, I'm sure he wants to get out someday. Waiting for a health cause. Yeah, let's get him out. Joe in Levittown. He's on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe.
Hey, Dom. Can you hear me, Dom? Because I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Yeah, loud and clear, Joe. Yes.
All right. I'm glad about that. Look, I'm a former mayor. My son was killed about 14 years ago, giving someone a ride home who was broke down. They had the wrong car, the wrong people, annihilated him and that girl with AK-47s, not knowing who they were killing. These people shouldn't have been out in the streets, period, with their past, okay? One of the killers is dead. The other person who was involved in a crime has got 2 life sentences plus 40 years. The Bleeding Heart, and I call them liberals. And guess what? I'm a Democrat. But the Bleeding Heart liberals, which I distinguish from myself, of course, have actually tried to get this guy out. He's probably shot God knows how many people, more than you can count. And why would you even want to do that? The bottom line is we have no consequence. I agree with you. Look, listen, I'm a Christian. I don't believe in killing people, but why do we make it so easy for these people to get out? Why do we make their jail time so less than what it used to be as far as hard labor and stuff like that? These hard-nosed killers, and I put people who are killing people with drugs in this
sure,
category
but
too.
Joe, let me stop there. I recognize as a Christian how you feel. As a Catholic, as a Christian, I differ a little bit.
I've always been torn.
Yeah. Well, I'm not. And maybe that says something about me. I see this as self-defense. I see it as very moral. Now, just some caveats. The one thing we have to guard against is the idea of an innocent person. But in many of these, there is no doubt about it. I'm sure in the case with your son, there's no doubt about it. Fitzgerald, we have cameras of hundreds of them.
Yes.
This is a moral action. The Catholic Church still teaches that or allows that. I think other faiths allow it also, and they see it as biblical even in many cases. So, but I recognize some people are conflicted about it. That's fine. The only conflict I have is you have to have the very best lawyer. If it's $1 million, that's what it is, and you have to have the very best investigator for your side. But if you get the death penalty after that, you've done it.
Well, no, I kind of agree with you there. But I'm a firm believer of harsh penalties,
right.
and you don't get out of jail. You're there for life. Life is life. There's no possible parole or any of this stuff, and not in some great institution where you've got the color TV listing the weights. We make you even more dangerous with that. You know what I mean? We have a society now that does not back its law enforcement, is anti-law enforcement, almost pro do anything you want. And that's what's permeated a lot of our society. And unfortunately, that's what's also divided our society. But you go all the way back to Plato. If you don't have, strong principles with your society, law in order, and naturally, and the belief of a maker, you're going to lose your society.
Hey, Joe,
and that's been
you sound like you're a guy, too, that might be in circles debating this. One thing I've always used, maybe you've thought about this. I apologize, though, if I'm saying something redundant. I always use this argument, too, in the legal system. If we don't have the death penalty and enforce it, we don't get people to cop to life. In other words, we got to go through all this. It's dicey. when they know the death penalty's there and they've done it, they're willing to accept a life sentence. And DAs have told me, take away the death penalty. We're taking that card away as something that's going to get guilty people in jail.
I kind of believe partially. I'm split on the issue.
Okay.
Again, I think our consequences and our liberalness in letting all of these people out so quickly and everything else that have committed serious, I'm talking about serious crimes.
Right.
You know what I mean? Crimes of murder, rape, all of this type of stuff. That's our problem with our society. Our society right now is decaying because of it.
Exactly.
And we don't see it. We don't see it. We buy into it. And guess what? Do you know who's selling it? Anti-American lobbyists that are filling the pockets of senators and congressmen and all of this, and it goes all the way to the top. We've been polluted with this stuff. How do we stop it? You know, I'm a proud Democrat. Honestly, I split my vote. I'm not going to lie. People know that. The bottom line is we don't have to be split as Democrats and Republicans. I don't know where we're ever going to find common ground, but if we don't, we're in trouble. And I'm telling you, our society is in trouble because of all of this stuff that's permanent. Right now, would you even want to be a police officer walking the streets of Philly or Chicago or anywhere else? You have a bullseye on your back. Who wants to even be in it? And I feel sorry for all of these. I tell them every time I see them, I would never want your job. And there was a time when this was noble and it was a respected profession. And now we've taken all the good out of it and made it look bad. It's still all good. We've just made it look bad.
Thank you, Joe. And I'm very sorry about your son, but come over with us on the Republican Party. I realize your roots are Democrat, but I hear you. Yeah. No, I'm in favor of the death. I don't care what the Catholic Church ever says on it. It won't dissuade me. I'm in favor of it for a multitude of reasons here. And Larry Krasner is out there now because the Supreme Court has taken away life imprisonment if you're, say, the getaway driver and they off somebody in the robbery. I think if you're the getaway driver, don't be committing crimes like this where people with weapons might kill somebody. That might be the better. He's holding a news conference today on this. Moore, he's still a defense attorney. That's all that he is, and a vicious one at that. All right, let's go to the ballpark. Part two, though, Henry Machette. Henry's down there covering open day. I hear some more noise there. Henry, what's happening?
Oh, yeah, Dom. The crowd has increased exponentially here, and they better let this crowd into the third base gate soon, or else I think people are going to start climbing over the fences. I mean, talk about antsy. People.
Well, that's it. That's Eagles. That's Eagles fans. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, it's almost 2 o'clock.
Yeah, that's the thing. I thought usually the games open, I'd say 3 hours before first pitch, and the first pitch being at 4:15. I thought people would be filing in already, but now the line is extending towards the corner here. Worried people are going to start getting into the street if they don't let them in soon.
Yeah, I don't know if that's special because of opening day or not. People like to see batting practice. I'm sure you're on the third base side, pretty busy too. The Phillies merchandise store, this first game, it's enormous, the crowds for that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there have been a constant flow of people walking back and forth for the last hour since we last checked in. I mean, it has been quite the spectacle. I mean, I don't know if I'd put it on the same level as, Eagles opening night this year, but it is definitely, Phillies fever is definitely flowing right now.
Yeah, let's talk about that. I think tide has turned here, and I'm not sure exactly what did it because people were a little bit down on the Phillies. They brought back the same players, et cetera. But you got Crawford and you got Painter, and just that little bit, I think, gets some of the real fans intrigued to see if they're going to be a jolt for them.
Yeah, I think bringing up the young guys, because we've been relying on, quote unquote, the daycare for a few years, but the daycare has gotten a little old and stale at this point. Hopefully with the emergence of these young guys in Justin Crawford and Andrew Painter, that maybe it boosts everyone else's morale in the locker room, everyone else's play. Like, hey, these young guys are here, they're ready to play. And speaking on that, I like maybe one of these guys to hit a home run. I mean, Justin Crawford, plus 870 odds to hit a home run. That's $10 to win $87 if he hits it. I like those odds. I feel like the juice is going to be in the ballpark today. Even if you don't like him as a rookie, I feel like Adolis Garcia, another one of the new guys here. He's a veteran, been around the block. So people are expecting him to hit, around 20, 25 home runs this year. Why not him at 5-1 and hit a home run today? I do think there is a new juice with this team, even with just that little bit of newness that comes with these players. I mean, you saw it last year at the trade deadline. They didn't have the flashiest deadline, but the difference that Harrison Bader made in this team, in this lineup, I think really jolted things. So I think we could have that same result here on opening day and throughout the first part of the season.
Sounds good. We'll catch up with you one more time. Thanks, Henry. Henry at the ballpark today, opening day, with a Phillies crowd aching to get inside and see the green grasses, etc. We'll check in with Henry in the last hour again. All right, coming up, it's Dom's Progressive Women Gone Wild. We got a great one today. In addition to that, your calls here. That was a really heartbreaking. I can't even imagine. You know, I feel DJ and Luke have talked about them. I can't imagine a dad, your son killed in that matter. But I just see the death penalty as a protection. It's self-defense against what's out there. And the more that we do it effectively, the more that we reinforce the other penalties, the safer we're going to be. And if Josh Shapiro were any kind of open individual, he would have told us that. He would put a moratorium on the death penalty, and he would have ran on it. How about this time? Well, he's enthralled today that you're not going to go to jail for life if you're involved in a stick-up and you're the getaway driver and they kill the clerk. I think you ought to be. Oh, man. Larry Krasner on you, Dom. All right, 855-839-1210. Grab a line with Dom here on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Whatever happened to taking responsibility for your own choices, maybe even more importantly, the decisions of your children? Yeah. My daughter at 11 years old doesn't know what's best for her on many fronts, much less whether or not 2 hours a day of Instagram, Snapchat, and TikTok is considered sufficient. She might have looked at it for 30 minutes at school on recess and at lunch, and then she starts to throw a temper tantrum about it, and I just look at her and like, you're done for the day. Go ask mom if you want another 30 minutes. And she'll go into St. Kristen, and St. Kristen will just point to the door. She's like, get out.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
At Virtua Health, we're redefining heart care.
Our heart rhythm team at Virtua is really working at the forefront of technology. There's constantly new advances.
Like cardiac clinical trials and breakthrough treatments for atrial fibrillation.
Treating atrial fibrillation with ablation and treating it early allows for the best outcomes for our patients. We can make a meaningful difference in patients' lives.
Virtua Health, here for complex heart care, here for good. More at virtua.org/hereforgood.
Unlock the car of your dreams with an auto loan from American Heritage Credit Union. We're proud to offer loans on both new and used vehicles with low monthly payments and flexible terms up to 84 months, as well as auto lease buyouts. Drive with confidence and enjoy discounts on auto insurance and value-added services like mechanical breakdown protection. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/auto to get started. Insured by the NCUA, Equal Opportunity Lender. Not a member? Join today.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Is life insurance on your list of New Year's resolutions? Now is the perfect time to add it.
A buddy told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I added this to my list this year and got it done. I called SelectQuote and was shocked at how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $18 a month. My wife's also 40, and her $500,000 policy was only $16 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, no medical exam was required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Checking this off my list felt great, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-280-5858 for your free quote today. That's 1-800-280-5858. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-280-5858. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Could this year get any worse?
Dom Giordano presents Progressive Women
Your words are garbage, and you're a bad person at this point.
Gone Wild.
That's right, every day around this time, and there's subtleties to this. Now, this isn't screaming progressive women running wild. This is Gavin Newsom's wife calling out evangelicals while drawing inspiration from same-sex couples, and she kind of gets lost up in her own craziness here. But she's a perfect example of this. Maybe not the virulent type, but the type that doesn't make sense. Here's Mrs. Newsom, cut one.
There's so much to learn from same-sex couples who have learned to communicate and who also are like, well, look, someone's got to do the care work in a same-sex male couple. Someone's got to do that. So I'm just going to do it. And this is and not be afraid or ashamed because it's part of being human. We're all on a spectrum, right? It's just how society kind of pushes us and pressures us into these limiting gender roles. But again, the folks on the far right, they're missing is just this. They're living in this silo, this evangelical conservative silo that ultimately it's just pulling us back as a country to a time and a place where we don't deserve to be, and we're not going to be, because honestly, young women and fathers of daughters are awake now and they're woke and they're not going to let us go back. And so I have so much hope because of that. And obviously California has a huge responsibility to lead.
All right, Mrs. Newsom. So we're living in silos. What the heck are you living in? Can you imagine? And it's the evangelicals. By the way, I'm looking at a report. Remember the Baltimore Key Bridge that collapsed, hit by ship by those maniacs in Baltimore? Have you seen how little has been built? It collapsed 2 years ago today. I don't even think they're a third done with it. With all that money they've spent and all of that, Maryland is one of the worst states, and Baltimore particularly, imaginable. And that Wes Moore, the candidate for president there, wow, way over budget, way behind schedule. He says it'll be built during his term, rebuilt. We'll see, 2 years in, and this is what they've accomplished. My goodness. Okay, we got State Representative Scott Perry to kick things off. We have Dom's Money Melody today for a $50 gift card to Metro Diner. That's at around 213, 214. We got some great calls. Hit us with that all-time sports film. We need the scene from the film today, opening day. We'll hear from Henry one more time from the ballpark as things start to heat up. Here's how you get in, 855-839-1210. You know, if you're ready to move more this season, walk farther, exercise stronger, stay motivated for spring activities, but your stamina isn't keeping up, well, listen closely. Rescue Oracene is formulated to help you feel energized and stay active without caffeine jitters. Right now, listeners can buy one, get one free. Use that code MyEnergy. Your body runs on ATP, the natural energy that powers every muscle, every step. But as we age, ATP production slows down, along with endurance and recovery. Rescue Oracene features research-backed ingredients that support ATP production at the cellular level, helping you power through workouts, get outside more, and stay consistent with your fitness goals. Just go to res-q.com. Use that code MyEnergy. Buy one bottle of Orosine, get one free, or call a product consultant at 800-26-ALIVE. 800-262-5483. Don't wait to spring forward with lasting energy. Shop Orosine at res-q.com and use that code MyEnergy.
This is Rhea Hughes inviting you to experience everything Lexus makes you feel, from exhilarating performance to endless capability to inspiring electrification. Now through March 31st, it's the Invitation to Lexus sales event at Lexus of Cherry Hill. Now an 8-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Visit LexusofCherryHill.com or stop in today. Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hi! Our strong reputation for offering the lowest possible prices brings so many new customers to National Appliance Warehouse. They shop confidently, knowing that Price Assure is always working to confirm the National Appliance Warehouse price is the best available. What keeps bringing them back is the experience they receive. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're guided by our what if policy, meaning, what if this customer was my parent, child, or friend? We provide the same 5-star service we deliver to our own family. You deserve it all. The lowest prices on the perfect new appliances and a delightful, satisfying experience. That's how National Appliance Warehouse customers become our friends.
It's time to spring into savings at National Appliance Warehouse. Upgrade your laundry for less with Whirlpool. Get a top-load laundry pair from Whirlpool, regularly $7.49 each for only $4.99.88 each. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922. Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
All right, big issues, big guest, Dom Giordano Show. One of our favorites is a guy in a critical seat when it comes to both the country and the midterms. and somebody with vast military experience, rising to the level, I believe, of Brigadier General in the National Guard. Congressman Scott Perry from Central Pennsylvania with us again here on Talk Radio 1210. Congressman, thank you for joining today.
It is great to be with you. Thank you.
So your sense of where we are with the war right now, with listeners, our sense, and you're plugged into this and your military background is we've defeated them militarily. There's not too much more there to do. It's about getting to some sort of agreement. Does that mean boots on the ground? Is that what the buzz is? And would you support it? I'm talking Carg Island, things of that nature. Your thoughts?
Yeah, look, the military has done a spectacular job. Nobody better, I think, or more proficient and efficient than the United States military, and that's been on, showcase for the entire world to see, and you can't discount that because let's face it, all of our adversaries are watching very, very keenly, and so kudos to the military. That having been said, Iran has they know. Generally speaking, how we were going to fight, how we do fight, our assets and capabilities, and they set up a system of defense, especially in command and control, which makes it a little bit difficult to defeat them in the classic sense. I sense that, as many of you do as well, I'm sure that we are entering a new phase. The target set just probably isn't, the kinetic target set isn't as robust as it was when we first started, over 10,000 targets hit. But as long as Iran has the ability to project their power even just outside their borders, it remains a problem to be dealt with, especially for the free flow of oil through the Straits of Hormuz and generally speaking, right? So that's a problem that has to be dealt with. And of course, it seems like our one sole ally in this issue is Israel, and they likely don't have the same goals that the United States has, at least militarily or diplomatically. I think that we've done a great job, but I do think that Americans demand ever more from our services and from our policymakers. And so while it's been, less than 30 days, Americans want this thing wrapped up and they want to move on with their lives, and they want oil prices and gasoline prices to go back to where they were immediately. And unfortunately, that's just not kind of the reality. I do applaud the president. He's trying to end a 47-year war against America, where, quite honestly, most Americans didn't think about the low gas prices they were paying that were kind of insured by the lives, the thousands of and tens of thousands of American service members that have been maimed and killed by Iran, whether that was in Iraq or Afghanistan or just in other places around the globe, including in the Western Hemisphere. We just tend to dismiss that like it's not happening or it hasn't happened, but it has. So I don't know that there's going to be, a productive negotiation. But I will say this: I would rather not see American boots on the ground. And I don't really characterize. I don't want to see American service members' lives in jeopardy trying to occupy territory. But also, as a guy in the military, look, the air campaign is awesome and it's impressive, but nothing holds terrain. Nothing really changes the dynamic of who's in charge unless somebody's willing to walk on the ground and secure the vestiges of power and control. What we would like to see, obviously, is the people from Iran to rise up and take control of their government. Apparently, they're not confident in themselves, or let's face it, probably likely answer is they don't want to be slaughtered in wholesale.
But let me interrupt and go back. And I don't want to put you on the spot because you're inside this, but not at the level of the war planners. I understand. Is it, in your mind, we've had a guy, this congressman from Wisconsin, who's a former Navy SEAL, saying he's not on board if it's boots on the ground, somebody who's actually done that, as you have in the military. You're saying it would take some kind of conditions, then you could consider it to support it? What's the tell for Scott Perry? How does that work with you?
I think we got to know exactly. I think most of us, when you're going to commit American lives, we got to know exactly what the mission is. What is the mission like, and so that we can, and what's the risk level, what's the threat level,
right.
And is the cost in human lives that's inevitable. Look, we lost, I think, 1,200 lives training up for the D-Day landing, not the landing itself, just the train up, right? So what is the mission here? And it's got to be finite, achievable, et cetera. And I don't think that's too much to ask. We've given the president the latitude as per the law to go in and do what he needs to do over that 60 days. But when you start talking about committing troops, it's right for Congress to ask these reasonable questions, right?
Exactly. Now, the trigger of this to me, I'm not sure that you and I have talked on the air, was that Iran can't get a nuclear weapon, the 47-year war, but waking up every day wondering about that. And we didn't have a good enough system to guarantee that. But what's intrigued me, the argument that I would make, is right in front of us, and I don't know if you knew this, but that they have missiles that could reach to the capitals in Europe 2,500 miles, even though one was shot down and one came up short. I don't remember that we had a broad sense of that. At least I never talked about it. Yeah, well, of course, look, a couple things. A lot of that stuff remains in the classified realm, but Iran is one of those places that's probably 1, 2, or 3 on the most difficult places to collect intelligence information on in the world. And, you're talking about rivals like North Korea, right? So it's really, really difficult to collect information in Iran. But the point is that they plan to safeguard, be thanking the president, and I'm sure they will when it's all behind them and successful, but they won't help now. But that's really what we're talking about here. Now, the question is what's next to do, or what should we do further? Because we would like to, let's face it, we would like to see a different and governing model in Iran, right? I don't think we're expecting a Western-style democracy like we have in the United States or the UK or, a bunch of other places around the globe. What I think we're very interested in is not having this theocratic, terror-minded state that is focused on death to all the infidels, which includes literally almost everybody but Iran, right? If you're a Shia Muslim, everybody else has to go, including the Sunnis. So I think that's a pretty low bar, but how do you achieve that, I think, has to really be determined. And I think that's, and I certainly believe that that's where Israel is headed. And like I said, we got to recognize not the world we wish we lived in, but the world we do live in, where other people have a say. And so we might back out, or we might be satisfied with the conditions. Israel might not be, because they live on the doorstep, and they might continue until they're satisfied. And so we're going to have to deal with the consequences of that. Absolutely. Let's turn to the midterms in a roundabout way. Here in Philadelphia, it's been bad at the airport, although with ICE there and some of the other airports, it's gotten a little bit better. Your thoughts on how this is playing out? I don't see how any deal. I'm in a camp that says deal with the Democrats. ICE has to be able to wear masks when they're out there on the streets, et cetera, because of the doxing, et cetera. But we even have some Republicans willing to cave in on that. What is it that Democrats are asking for, and is there a deal possible to get this done? Well, I think there is a deal possible. I don't think it's probable at this point. And look, just to let everybody know on your show, I'm with you. I support law enforcement, and I don't want to do anything that makes their job more difficult and certainly more dangerous. I don't want to do that, not only for them, but for the people that they have to deal with in the community at large. I think that's really poor judgment. That having been said, look, this just comes down to the fact that the Democrats, and I hate to be partisan about this, because, look, I'll make a deal with anybody. I don't care who they are or what they are, if it's good for the country and the community. But they are worshiping these people that are here illegally committing crimes for the sake of law-abiding people that punch a clock, that get up in the morning and pack a lunchbox and go to work, and they refuse to pay them for the sake of people that have come to our country illegally, stolen our resources. And when I say stealing, look,
taking someone else's job that's here legally, where the job no longer exists because you're willing to do it for less, is an unlawful taking, in my opinion. Like, we are representatives of the American people, and we all want to help all these other folks around the globe that have these difficulties. But our first mission, our first responsibility is to the people and the citizens of America. And, they literally, I could almost say that, well, they're implying, or you can almost draw the inference that they're supporting. No, they're outright saying it. We now have senators saying that they stand with immigrants over the American citizen. Yeah.
Yeah, it is very, very difficult. Now, if we want to help Scott Perry, is because you're going to be one of the most targeted, again, top 5, your seat that you're holding on to very well. Where do we go for the campaign?
So for the campaign, it's Patriots for Perry on all the regular social media outlets and the website, patriotsforperry.com. On the official side, it's Rep. Scott Perry if you want to follow me officially on bills and stuff like that. And look, we just want to do some common sense things. We're happy that law enforcement's out on the street. We want our airports to be running efficiently. We don't want to let terrorists in. But we got to pay these people. They're at work. And when you work, you deserve and you should be paid. Look, we've all in Congress used different things for leverage, but never have I seen somebody be happy about using the leverage of not paying American citizens doing law enforcement for the sake of people that are here illegally.
Yeah, Congressman, can I ask, sorry to interrupt, though, is there anything see, I'm chafing here because the speaker and all are saying the right things about this. Is there anything Republicans can do, reaching out to people to give some support? I'm talking about supporting the TSA agents. Is everything illegal to try to reach out? One idea I've heard is that they can join ICE and still do what their job is, and ICE can be funded. Is there anything being explored to say, how do we help fund these people privately or in some way, shape, or form?
Yeah, there actually is. And as a matter of fact, the Democrats even oppose that. They don't like what they call the potential or the ability of the administration to reprogram the fund. So if you were working for ICE, or PSA, and you wanted to work for ICE, we'd need some more money in ICE so you could reprogram funds to do that. They oppose that because, look, they just let's face it, like, what's happening is they're opposing the deportation of their voter base. That's why they brought them here,
right.
and they are like, we get it, but yeah, we are trying to explore those options because we really want to stand beside our law enforcement. And I will tell you, the other thing we're going to do, we're going to have a vote again this week, and I think the Senate should have a vote every day. And then we ought to start calling out these senators, and they're not none from Pennsylvania, by the way, which is awesome. But these senators, I will tell you, anytime there's a shutdown, if I voted in a way that the Democrats thought was wrong, the reporters immediately come up to you and say, well, are you holding your pay because other people aren't being paid? But no one's asking the Democrat senators that. Why not?
Yeah, exactly. Well, I know you're in there fighting on this. If there's any breakthrough, anything you want to talk about, we want to hear from Congressman Perry. Congressman, thank you as always.
Thank you. God bless you.
All right, Congressman Scott Perry, more calls coming up. But first, it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
All right, and it's big today. We have a $50 gift card to the Metro Diner. I think we'll have it tomorrow for this. You got to be listening around this time. Easter is early this year. Metro's Heat and Serve Easter dinners for 1, 4, or 8 or hassle-free way to enjoy the holiday with loved ones. Visit metrodiner.com to learn more or visit them today. And don't forget all those specials we've been telling you about. metrodiner.com. All right, Kirk, what have you whipped up today?
So today is opening day at Citizens Bank Park. It's baseball. So what better song to play than Take Me Out to the Ball Game?
Okay.
With that, with the country is going to cover Take Me Out to the Ball Game. 2 clues. It's a country in Europe and beer.
Okay. All right.
So 2 clues: beer and a country in Europe.
No virgin forest. We don't know that.
Exactly,
Remember, usually gives that as a thing.
right.
All right, hit us with that right now. Come on, jump in, 855-839-1210. And we have a $50 gift card for you for Easter / just every day. It's a great spot, metrodiner.com. Do that. We'll get a winner next.
Gold prices are soaring, and silver is near an all-time high. If you want to get cash in your hands for your old or unwanted jewelry, now is the time. Get the most competitive prices at the Estates Roadshow. Old rings, chains, and even broken jewelry. Don't wait. Cash in while gold and silver are hot. 3 locations this week: Chestnut Hill, Bensalem, and Cherry Hill. Bring your gold, silver, coins, diamonds, and watches, even broken pieces, and get cash on the spot. The prices of gold and silver are at an all-time high, so there's never been a better time to sell. No appointments, no fees, no pressure. Just friendly professional buyers with over 35 years in the business. Go to the Estates Roadshow, Monday through Friday in Chestnut Hill at the Chestnut Hill Hotel, and Bensalem at the Courtyard by Marriott. Need weekend days? Estates Roadshow is also happening Friday through Tuesday at TMT Casper Gold in Cherry Hill. More info? Visit estatesroadshow.com and follow Estates Roadshow on Facebook for all upcoming events.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Trump is obsessed with America's 250th, in large part because it falls within 18 days of his own birthday. If we have $4.29 gas, if we have boots on the ground, you think people are going to be roaming the streets of America, waving the American flag, eating a hot dog with mustard on it, and watching the firecrackers? He's not Bush yet, but he can be labeled Bush if this thing goes long, and that will happen. Not only from within your own party, but from obviously the mainstream media. They already want to call him Bush.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, Dawn here. You've heard me talk about my guys, Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. The late Marvin E. Cans was a decorated war hero who founded the company in 1953. Now his grandson Jonathan and his father Aaron carry on Marvin's legacy. I'm so proud to announce Marvin E. Cans Inc., along with our friends at Train, It's Hard to Stop a Train, now support the 1210 WPHT Radiothon benefiting Travis Manion Foundation. They employ former military and understand freedom isn't free. MarvinECans.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years.
He was in big trouble.
We're going to take your house, garnish your pay.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm.
I don't owe the IRS anymore. It was because of Optima Tax.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Actual client compensated for sharing their experience. Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
You know the drill. Cavity Busters Kids Opening Day is on Saturday, April 11th at 1:05 when the Phils play the D-backs and kids 14 and under receive a hooded sweatshirt. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. Fans 15 and over are sure to be loving this year's McDonald's opening night t-shirt. Snag yours on Saturday, March 28th when the Phils host the Rangers at 4:05. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet?
Not yet.
Do it today.
Okay.
At 1210 WPHT.
I'm going to guess that it's Germany.
Nicely done.
All right, Loretta,
Nicely done.
we'll put you on hold, and we will get you that $50 gift card to the Metro Diner, metrodiner.com. Again tomorrow. We'll have it again tomorrow, so be ready for that. All-time sports film. I'm coming to your calls on that. Just wanted to play you one more time. I'm seeing a surge nationwide. Scott Presler, this will be cut. This is cut 3. And let me set it up for you. People are sending me stuff on social media. So did this really happen at Philadelphia City Hall? Yes, it's a protester of ingrates that are maybe Iranian, supporters of Hamas, Hezbollah. And the applause lines you're going to hear, the two things these anti-American traitors are calling for is the slaughter of U.S. servicemen coming back in caskets and the bloody victories of Islamic terrorism and it's the destruction of America. And people are asking, well, they have freedom of speech, but what can you be doing about this? And that's why the national media is picking up on it. the Philadelphia Inquirer and the locals, they don't seem like they want to cover it. It's not much of a story to them. So this is a protest, City Hall courtyard. They have it roped off. They have the whole thing. I'm not going to guesstimate on the number of people. You'll hear them, but it's not like two people on a megaphone. And this one maniac talking about cheering is one of the applause lines you'll hear. Our service people coming back in coffins. Now, they have freedom of speech. I'm trying to get the whole tape of the yammerings for the hour to see if they did anything in here that's violative. But do you agree with me? They're worthy of being taken a look at here. In other words, they're visible and all that. Authorities can take a look at who are these people? What are their backgrounds? Are they here legally? Do they overstay visas? Are they connected to anybody? They're doing a pep rally for Hamas and Hezbollah, but more importantly, calling for the destruction of American and cheering, celebrating our service people in caskets. Here's how it sounded.
Female bodies are just as strong.
No, that's not it. No, I'm sorry. It's cut 4. My fault. Cut 4. Here are the anti-American terrorists. 4.
Until we have done everything in our power to bring the United States to its knees, let us not lose sight of the enemy. For every U.S. military base that crumbles, and for every U.S. soldier who returns home in a casket, we cheer. Hamas, Hezbollah, Ansar-Allah, all of the resistance forces we celebrate. These popular voices on the ground spend every waking moment in direct confrontation with Zionism, and they rely on a strong Iranian state to maintain their fighting capacity.
Do you hate America? May a Hamas rocket blow up your family's home.
All right, so it's Frank Scales there at the end. Now, again, you heard it there. Of course, attacking Jews, anti-Semitic. Of course, we're going down that path. But in the beginning, cheering when they hit our military bases, destruction of America, and also American service people coming home in caskets. That's what they're up to. That's what they want. That's what they're cheering there. Now, I think it's legitimate to say this is a probable cause. Whatever the legalisms are on this, I'd stake there's probable cause here that these maniacs, these ingrates, these losers, I don't believe they have citizenship. Or if they do, that's okay with me to still take a look at. And I wonder if you agree with it. In other words, we're not going to charge them with anything for their speech here. They have a First Amendment right, although I think they were up there for a good bit of time. I don't know the other things they said. I'd have to take a look at that. But this is worth a look-see. It's probable cause that people cheering and celebrating this are people that have either some connection to something that we're not going to wait in the manner that we did with these two idiots from Bucks County who were trying to blow up protesters who were protesting Mondani in New York. 855-839-1210. Or did we just say, come on, Dom, there's a bunch of nuts. And they're not out there in the middle of nowhere. They're right here at City Hall. Are we going to see the No Kings people this week attack the American military? Are they going to slip up and show us where they stand on it? Now, you just heard Scott Perry. And I think he's in a difficult position, military guy, congressman. The boots on the ground talk here, I'm not on board with. I don't think most people listening are. Can Trump declare a victory here and move on, that we've done all that we can do here as far as destroying their abilities? Now, the other question is, what if Israel feels in their interest they can't? What do we do in that situation? Well, I think Israel has a right to make that decision. It doesn't mean we have to go along with it. But this is going to be a difficult thing. I know it's overwhelming what's happened to this country. But you invade these islands, they're beefed up for, they'll be killed, but they'll kill Americans. So how do we weigh the cost of that? Do we just avoid it? And we don't want to look at it and say, all right, here's what the possible casualties are. This is something we didn't want to get into, the boots on the ground part. And I told you some members of Congress, one a Navy SEAL today, Republican, has said no, he won't sign off on that. Well, then how do we secure the Strait of Hormuz? There's another island, it's Larak, I believe, that might be invaded that's critical to the Strait of Hormuz. I think maybe we can blockade it, take out their ships on this, but that takes a while, and it's not ongoing. So let's say we invade these islands. Do we stay there? Think about it. Just think about it for a moment. This is what the danger is. Because if we don't stay there, do we have to come back in and retake the islands? Because you know, once they reconstitute, what they're going to do. This is worth it, what we've done up until now. In that conversation, we know about the nuclear part, but the 2,500 intercontinental ballistic range, look at what we're dealing with. How much more can you decimate them to try to drive this out? All right, let's go to Zenos in Upper Darby on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Zenos.
Hello, Dom, and Chronia Pula to you, too.
Well, thank you, Zenos.
That means many years to you, and we talked about... Dom, I'm going to have to say a little bit about the Hormuz. You know what I say? There's a lot of infrastructures there. Just bomb the crap out of them and go in there. I hate to say it, but I think they're going to send boots on the ground. I'm against it, totally against it, but they're going to have to take it over because they control that one spot where those islands are.
Right.
With the peninsula that jets out from the EAU.
Look, it's not easy, and it's the point I'm making. I understand what you're saying, and I know your heart and mind in this. They'd have to stay there then, though, because we can't give the Iranians back a shot at control of these islands. We know what they would do. So here we go again. It would not only be gone in, I think you'd have to occupy it.
Exactly. Then that's the problem that I don't like will be an occupied force in that island.
Exactly.
Like we did in Japan. My heart says no. I don't want our boys and girls to get killed over there.
Exactly.
But militarily, I don't know. I'm starting to think like King Leonidas of Sparta, I guess. You know what I mean? You got to drive out the enemy, which they were an enemy to the outside enemy to the Greeks. And Dom, one other thing. My heart goes out to that man to talk about his son.
Absolutely.
But he's got to go one thing. If he wants solace in that, he's got to go to the Old Testament where it says you got to follow the rules, and that is an eye for an eye. You put out my eye, I put out your eye. You knock out my tooth, I knock out your tooth. And I'm in camp with you on that, Tom.
Yeah.
Because you got to have a deterrent. These people don't care. They're backed up by, like I said, with these liberal wings. They care about them more than they do about us. And that is my thing to him, his advice. And I am, believe it or not, Dom, I am an Orthodox Christian. I believe in my faith. And there's a difference between kill and murder.
Exactly. Well put. Zenos, what do you have on the side? What's your film?
Well, my film was... one for the Gipper when, Ronald Reagan is laying there and the other guy, Pat O'Brien, is talking to him. Let's give one for the Gipper. And that's about the only one that I have. And there was a lot of other movies like The Champ with Jackie Cooper and all that. And but I'm going to go with the Gipper.
Thank you, Zenos. All right, we'll take more of that coming up. We're going to talk with Henry at the ballpark. We'll get the winner today. Get your name into the hat for a big prize tomorrow. Everybody's got one. Hit us with that. We haven't even exhausted the baseball ones yet. Hit us with that all-time scene. Either inspires you, it's funny, it's something that brings sports home to you. 855-839-1210. This outfit here in town, though, about Iran. Local media not doing their job. Who are these people? I bet they do an interview. Let them do an interview. Let them spew this stuff. Let's see how people feel about them cheering on destruction of America and celebrating, yahooing up and down dead Americans in caskets. Okay? Are they here legally? Have they overstayed visas? Who are they hooked up with? Are they on welfare? Are they committing fraud to be out there and have all this time to do this? I think there's probable cause to look at all of that. I don't care if it's the state police, the city police, the FBI, whatever. Take a look at them. 855-839-1210.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
The Declaration of Deal sales event is happening now at Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Right now, get 0% financing for 60 months, plus no payments for 90 days on select new vehicles, including the 2025 Wrangler, Grand Cherokee L, Gladiator, and the 2026 Durango and Pacifica. Or lease a new 2026 Ram 1500 Bighorn for $425 a month for 39 months. Stop into our showroom today or visit us online at tricountycdjr.com to see more.
Recently, our company softball team lost the big game by 1 run. Then Dale tried to console us with the quote, "Winning isn't everything." Dale's a loser. I play to win, like early payout from Bet365. If my team goes up big, I get paid out instantly, even if they blow the lead later.
Sound familiar, Dale?
Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
Hey, it's Nick Kale, and you'd probably rather be out golfing, but you're scrambling. See what I did there? And you're trying to find a lawn care company. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America, and spend your time on the links. Natural Lawn delivers great results and is safer for your family and your pets. At Natural Lawn, they don't believe in using harsh chemicals. Instead, they use environmentally friendly products to grow lush, green lawns naturally. From organic fertilizers to safer weed and insect controls, they make sure that your lawn thrives naturally season after season. But don't just take my word for it. Homeowners everywhere are making the switch to Natural Lawn's proven eco-friendly approach and loving the results. Get started today. Schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program and get free seeding every year. For a greener, healthier lawn plus free seeding, call 800-FREE-SEED. Call 800-FREE-SEED now. This deal is limited and time is running out, so don't delay. Choose my lawn care company. 800-FREE-SEED. Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. Tell them Nick sent you.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group Studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Okay, it is Dom time. During that break, taking a look at the footage, and Scott Presler's got it up. I have it up at Dom Show 1210 of these ingrates, all masked up, all hoodied up, all with the headgear that you would expect, spewing this stuff right in, it's the Right to Resist group is one sign in front of them, that every U.S. soldier who returns home in a casket, we cheer. Okay? Now, I don't know about fighting words under this or not. What I do know is they have freedom of speech, but I think this is probable cause to give a look-see at exactly who these people are, their background. Are they here legally? My guess is not. Are they hooked into radical groups that are being funded? My guess is they are. This is all over the place as we speak. I'm getting invites coming in here all over the place, and I'll play some of that for you tomorrow. And yet the local media, nothing to see here. You guys are just nothing to see here in the middle of a war. You heard what the stakes are, boots on the ground. And we're going to see this here in Philadelphia. That's because there's a whole subculture of these people who hate America, coddled by progressives. All right, down at the ballpark, different story, though. It is opening day, great weather, excitement, and Henry is right in the middle of it. Henry, what's going on?
Yeah, Dom. So shortly after we chatted last time, the gates opened up, and man, did people start piling in. What a sight to see. I mean, it's like a lot of foot traffic right in front of me here at third base gate line. A few people have stopped over and said hello, even one of them being someone who works with Dan Baker doing the promotions for his book coming out later this year. So they're talking to me about doing a potential interview when his book comes out.
Well, Dan Baker once, when I was doing Morning Drive, announced me and the people that work with me as he does on the PA system. So if he's willing to do that again, we definitely want to do that interview. Right. Yes, yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, and make sure you tell him if he does it, he can list my height as 6'1 1/4, and he's got a deal.
Yeah, you got to embellish a little bit. Well,
that's no embellishing. Come on. We'll list you at 6'2 1/2. Come on, stop it.
Yeah. All right, I'll take that. But I don't know if you saw with the automatic balls and strike system that MLB is implementing this year. A lot of players, their listed heights that they've had for the last few years weren't even close to being accurate. I mean, you had a lot of guys list themselves as 6'2", 6'1", and they end up being 5'9" now. So a lot of short guys in the MLB. I mean, we expected that of all sports. They're the shortest guys in baseball, but not all of them.
Wait a minute. I know you're a fan of this. That's another thing here. We're allowed to put our height up a little bit. I feel for these guys. So you're saying we're going to have to announce them because of the computer? It's 5'9" now, huh?
Yeah. There's someone like Alex Bregman, third baseman. He's been listed at 6 foot for the past few years. He's a World Series champion with the Astros, and now he's a short 5'9" guy. I mean, he's basically on the same height as Altuve.
Yeah, I think maybe they won't worry about the balls and strikes part, but the height part, that's going to cause trouble here. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's funny because the Mets and the Pirates are playing a game right now, and they're the first successful automatic balls and strikes turnover here, where it's called a ball 4 and challenged it immediately. O'Neal Cruz, who is all of 6'7", he doesn't need to lie about his height. Yeah, it was a strike on him. I mean, that strike zone enough's big enough, so yeah. He got called out, rung up on a strikeout.
All right, can you bet, Henry? Are you able to bet on the number of challenges and the number that are correct? Probably, right?
Now, you know what? I don't know if that's going to be a thing yet, just because there's not enough of a sample size.
Okay.
And you only get the 2 per game, so you do have to, because it would always be in that 1 to 4 area, no matter what. So I don't know if the odds makers are willing to shell that out quite yet, because I feel like a lot of people would take advantage. Maybe it'd be 1 or 2 a game, you'd think.
Okay, so what's your thing to look for? Who cares about the Rangers here? But for the Phillies today, what's a good sign? I think Crawford is the sign people are looking for. He has a lot of ground balls that he hits. Does it get through in the major leagues? If he does, as a ninth hitter, that's like having another leadoff hitter the second time around, overturning the lineup. It could be devastating.
Yeah, absolutely. Because, a lot of the Phillies' struggles, especially in the playoffs, is not being able to get people on base time and time again.
Right.
Not being able to drive them in when they're there. So having a guy like this that is, batting well over 300 in the minor leagues, having him possibly replicate that in the major leagues, to go with a healthy Bryson Stott, a healthy Alec Boehm, really get those players on base and allow players like Harper and Schwarber to bump those RBI numbers up that have been, I guess Schwarber doesn't have that problem, but Harper's had that problem where he hasn't been able to drive into a winning because there's no one in front of him on base. So, yeah, I think that's what we should be looking for today, is that the Phillies are putting the ball in play off the Rangers pitcher, Nathan Eovaldi. Nathan Eovaldi's a 2-time World Series champion. He's a 2-time All-Star. Went 11-3 last year before injuries cut his season short. He's going to be coming out today with something to prove, and I think the Phillies should have that same mindset, and I think they should attack him early.
All right. Well, Henry, have a good time down there. I know you'll be on with the afternoon show, too, to give a report coming up.
Yep.
We'll talk soon. Thanks, Henry.
All right. Sounds good. See you, Dom.
All right, Henry at the ballpark. Get him one more time when the game, right around when the game actually starts. A lot going on there. That's our side question today. And hit us with that scene, all-time sports movie. We haven't exhausted all the baseball ones yet. Hit us with that, and we'll have the lightning round on this, too, coming up. As I said, this Iran story is just percolating. It's a Great example. How could the local media not see this, not think it's a story, not at least put it out there? They don't have to say what I'm saying. They're not going to say that. I say there's probable cause here to investigate these people. Without a doubt. I think they have the right to say all this stuff. I don't see a direct threat. I don't see the over the line potentially, but I didn't hear all of it. But that doesn't mean this stuff is not probable cause to take a look-see at what they're up to here. Let's go to Robert in Bensalem on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert.
Hey, Dom, Sean, it's good to talk to you guys today.
Thanks, Robert.
I was listening to you talk to a guy from Newtown earlier, and he had mentioned doxing these people. I'm not for doxing in the way the left dox us. I'm for politically doxing them. Dom, do you ever notice how, a couple of years ago, you never heard of groups like Proud Boys or Oath Keepers or whatever, but the media found them online and connected them to the Republican Party, so suddenly me and you were Proud Boys, even though we didn't even know what they were.
Robert, hold that thought for a minute. I know where you're going. I think I know where you're going. Mikey Sherrill the other day puts the full headgear on, which I think diminishes her as a woman, to go into a Muslim outfit there for something. And the guy that she was with, the head imam, was a guy investigated and still is, I believe, for connection to Hamas. So connect the dots. Who are these people associated with?
Absolutely. And not just for funding, but because, I was working down in Center City the last time Philadelphia had the Democratic National Convention. And I looked okay, I guess, because I worked in the office at the time. But somebody had told me that I was born with a silver spoon in my mouth. And I'm thinking, I was born with a plastic spork in my mouth. What are you people talking about? But it's like they get this. The media makes all these correlations, and they just grab onto them. I'm just saying that we need to tie knuckleheads like this to the people that back them and say this is the Democratic Party today, just like they equate us to the Proud Boys. Do you know what I mean?
That's exactly. And as I said, Mikey Sherrill sitting there, office, check this guy out. I checked him out, and I know who he is. She shouldn't have been there, and I don't think she ought to be putting on the garb. I think it's diminishing the women.
It's the death of shame, Dom. It really is. It's the death of shame. For my side answer, I'm going to go outside of baseball because it's a movie that made me cry when I was a kid. But I'm going to go with Brian's song. And there was two scenes in there that when they made Brian Piccolo sing his college fight song, and when he sat down in the potatoes because Gale Sayers was playing a joke on him. But at the end of the movie, I don't know if you noticed, Dom, they were the first interracial roommates in NFL.
I didn't know that.
And Gale Sayers was a pallbearer, and so was Dick Butkus. It was a real team thing. But at the end of the movie, when he was eulogizing him, he said, I love Brian Piccolo. I want all of you to love Brian Piccolo. And when you get on your knees tonight, please ask God to love Brian Piccolo too. And I thought that was really powerful and gave me a tear. But that's my answer. Great show as always, Dom.
For rough, tough football players, I remember that moment. I think Billy D. Williams as the actor. Yep, without a doubt. All right, it is the lightning round. You got to hit us with your best all-time sports film. Give us the scene. That's what'll do it. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Whatever happened to taking responsibility for your own choices, maybe even more importantly, the decisions of your children? My daughter at 11 years old doesn't know what's best for her on many fronts, much less whether or not 2 hours a day of Instagram, Snapchat, and TikTok is considered sufficient. She might have looked at it for 30 minutes at school, on recess, and at lunch, and then she starts to throw a temper tantrum about it, and I just look at her and like, you're done for the day. Go ask Mom if you want another 30 minutes. And she'll go into St. Kristen, and St. Kristen will just point to the door. She's like, get out.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Air conditioner, oh air conditioner, will you make it through the summer? If you don't, it'll be a bummer. Start your spring off right. We got huge rebates if that budget's tight. This is Jonathan Cans, and I am not a poet. I am, however, the third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. We are the mainline's oldest family-owned HVAC company, and we are not private equity-owned. But we are experts in rebates, big ones. And right now, there are up to $2,300 in rebates available. Contact us at marvinecans.com. That's Marvin E. K-A-N-Z-E. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rules stores. We have the most extensive selection of fresh and premium foods, including raw, gently cooked, dehydrated, air-dried, freeze-dried, and of course, premium kibble and cans. The Dogs and Cats Rules stores are chock full of interactive toys, chews, and treats. Dogs and Cats Rules, 7 neighborhood locations: Princeton and Pennington, New Jersey, Newtown, Doylestown, Maple Glen, Bluebell, and New Hope in PA. Online at dogsandcatsrule.pet. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Spring cleaning is upon us, but there's one meaningful box that you don't throw away when cleaning out your closet. It's the box filled with your family's important videotapes, film reels, and photos. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box over a decade ago to help families organize and update their analog media to digital.
Legacy Box is simple and easy. It works and is safe. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box.
And Legacy Box has been featured in Good Housekeeping, The Today Show, and Rachel Ray.
Legacy Box is like magic, converting your shoebox of memories to the cloud or thumb drive, ready to watch and share.
Declutter your closet by digitizing your media. Become more organized and accomplished, knowing your family's recorded past is safe forever. Take advantage of our spring cleaning sale going on now. It's the easiest task to check off your to-do list.
For a limited time, you can get started for just $9 a tape. Visit legacybox.com/radio to get our $9 sale. That's legacybox.com/radio to get our $9 offer. Legacybox.com/radio.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, hit us with that all-time sports movie and give us the scene. Quickly, Mark in Huntington Valley's got something today, though. Hey, Mark, whose birthday would it have been today?
One happy Harry Callis.
95 today, huh? Yeah, what a great all-time broadcaster.
Yeah.
Thank you
Miss
for that.
him a lot.
Thank you, Mark, very much. Andrew in Ewing, New Jersey, Talk Radio 1210. Andrew, what do you have?
Hey, Dom, I have a quick one for you. The movie is Major League. Charlie Sheen was the pitcher, and they pulled him in, and he definitely had a vision problem. But the funny line in the movie was when they were watching him pitch for the first time, he was way off home plate, and the pitching coach said, "Well, he's got good velocity." And that's my side answer.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Michael in Wilmington. What's yours, Michael?
Oh, yes. Hello, Dom, and good afternoon. Thank
you.
We got Joe.
Yep.
That's Joe.
My side answer is a really good movie back in the 80s. A true underground story. Definitely has some sporting. Is the famous one-legged crane kick that Daniel LaRusso has on Johnny Lawrence from Cobra Kai, when John Kreese is screaming, "Finish him!" and you have the famous one-legged crane kick to finish Cobra Kai. True underground, underdog story. Great scene at that movie.
Thank you, Michael. Oh, yes, Grasshopper. Let's go to the Earl of Tacony, who was just a whisker away yesterday with Lesbos Island.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. We're not going to invade that. It might be correct, but not Lesbos Island. We're not doing that. The Earl of Tacony. All right, Earl, what's yours today?
I should have tried to find some predominantly lesbian sports today. Anyway, I'm going to go with The Big Lebowski. There are two quotes, actually. The first one is when they're waterboarding Lebowski in the bathroom, and he finds his bowling ball. And he says, "What the hell is this?" And Lebowski goes to him and says, "Obviously, you're not a golfer." But later in the film, after their whole world's blown up, everything's all destroyed, they lost everything, and they're walking away, and John Goodman goes and says to him, "Hey, dude, let's just go bowling."
Gotcha. Thank you, Earl. Susan in Elkins Park. Susan, what's yours today?
Damn Yankees.
What's the scene, Susan? Do you have a scene?
Yeah, the scene is at the very end when it's up to Joe Hardy to catch the last ball to make the Washington Senators get the pennant, and then he gets turned back to his old self, but he still catches it.
Nicely
anyway, very
played.
exciting with the movie.
Thank you. Well, the Washington Senators were like a minor league farm club for the Moose Scourin, an all-time great, I think, is one of the guys they sent. All right, Bill in Bucks. Bill, what do you have today?
Hi there. Good afternoon there, Dom. Yes, I have. My movie is called The Sandlot, which is a bunch of young kids that got together and played baseball. But specifically, I'm talking about the pool scene, the community pool, where Squint jumps into the water.
Yep.
It doesn't come up. And the female lifeguard rushes down to get him.
Yes.
Pulls him up, puts him on the side of the pool, and starts mouth-to-mouth resuscitation.
And that's when he arrives, yes.
And he really wasn't drowning at all. It was just doing that for the effort to get the female kiss, and he grabbed her head and pulled him in.
Yeah, and I think he married her ultimately. I think that was at the end of the film. Sandlot is a great, great film. All right, Kirk, a lot of good ones today. Who did you like?
I have to go with Sandlot with from Bill.
That was an outside the box.
Yep.
Good film, good moment. Sean, who did you like?
I'm a triple Sandlot, but then I'm going to also go with Michael from Wilmington with The Karate Kid.
Okay, I'll go with Sandlot, you guys. We got 2 votes for that here.
Nice.
So, Bill, your name goes into the hat. And tomorrow we'll have the grand finale for a great prize. We'll also have Dom's Money Melody for a $50 gift card from Metro Diner. Now, I'm headed off. I don't know how many of these shows I can squeeze in. I know one is on Newsmax. Todd Stearns, if you follow him, is a friend. And they're interested in what the heck is happening here in Philadelphia, where in front of our city hall, you have these groups blatantly all masked up, the usual stuff. All they needed was grenade launchers here. Calling for the death of America and military people in caskets, and that's the applause line where they all jump up and down and celebrate. Every single one of them. Now, I'm not for what the left does, that kind of doxing. What we need to be doing here, though, if this is not probable cause, and Robert's right, to both see about funding, see connections to Hezbollah and all these groups, but how many of these do we have pictures with Democrats, progressives in Philadelphia? And you know what? I bet some people have been, we have to make them. Are you going to renounce this? If you will not renounce this, you are wishing then for the deaths of Americans to come back in coffins. I'm convinced these guys that were there and women, some of them are not legal. Some of them have at least overstayed visas or other infractions. They're all masked up. They're all hoodied up. They're hooting and hollering. They really don't belong in America. They don't get it's not just about, well, they have freedom of speech. That's right. And they're revealing themselves as the ingrates that they are, and worse, that they're wishing for our death. They're wishing for, and when we hear that we don't need laws against Sharia law, I'm going to bring that up today too. We do, because this is exactly what they're agitating for. And Mikey Sherrill, gone off with a guy that had this investigation around Hamas all covered up, is a disgrace to women. She can do whatever she wants. We have a right to be critical of it. All right, it's the afternoon show next. Follow me on Twitter at DomShow1210, at DomShow1210. I'll bring you some of that sound tomorrow. Fred Herron with us tomorrow. Henry back. Thanks for producing today, guys. Talk Radio 1210.